Buenos días, good morning, bonsoir. Mi nombre es María Angélica Ramírez. Vamos a dar estas instrucciones en inglés, español y criollo haitiano. Good morning, my name is María Angélica Ramírez. We'll provide these instructions in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. Good morning. My pronouns are they and she. Today we will be providing interpretation into Spanish and Haitian Creole with MARB language services to ensure that we can all participate here in the language that we prefer. We also want to acknowledge the presence of our wonderful ASL interpretation colleagues who are making this space even more accessible today. For folks who prefer to listen in English, in Spanish, if you are able to hear and you prefer to listen in Spanish, you may go to the entrance of the auditorium, which is at the top left, and you will be able to receive a piece of interpretation equipment where you'll be able to hear in Spanish in real time. You may do so in Creole too. Thank you very much. And for folks who are watching live, if you prefer to listen in Spanish, you may dial 786-665, just kidding, 786-665-8802, and you'll be able to hear in Spanish via telephone as well. Buenos días, mi nombre es María Angélica Ramírez, mis pronombres son ella y ella. Hoy estamos proveyendo interpretación al criollo haitiano y al español con MARB Language Services para asegurarnos de que hoy todos podamos tener acceso a este espacio en el idioma que prefiramos. También queremos reconocer la presencia de nuestros colegas de lengua de signos americana que están haciendo este espacio aún más accesible. Para las personas que pueden escuchar y quieren escuchar en español, pueden recibir un equipo de interpretación si se dirigen a la mesa de interpretación, que está a la entrada del auditorio, en la parte superior a la izquierda, donde podrán recibir un dispositivo y van a poder escuchar en tiempo real en español. Y también pueden hacerlo en criollo haitiano. Para las personas que están viendo el live, pueden también recibir la interpretación por teléfono si llaman al 786-665-8802. Muchas gracias.
Bonjour tout le monde. Nous PAMM Cellule avec MARB Language Services et matin, c'est un plaisir pour nous avec collègues nous pour nous assurer interprétation pour nous dans la langue créole haïtienne. Donc, n'a pas service là une façon pour tout le monde qui attend de participer dans la langue qu'on choisit. Donc, c'est une façon pour PAMM élargir l'espace là pour tout le monde, quelle que soit la langue que tu as parlé, pour participer comme ça doit dans toute activité qu'a fait. Donc, si vous-même vous voulez tendre en créole, n'a tout temps pris mon temps au à gauche ou après un monde qui là disponible pour les bas en écouteur. Et sous t'attendez en ligne en direct ou capable et composer 305 901 et puis 2692 305 901 2692 pour nous attendre l'avion si vous t'attendez en créole haïtien. Donc nous disons déjà merci et puis ça bonne participation.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome back. My name is Marie Vickles. I'm the Director of Education here at the Pérez Art Museum, Miami, and day 2 at this museum for the WOPHA Congress 2024 program. We're so happy to have you back with us and everyone joining online as well. Thank you.
Yeah, well, good morning, everyone. How are you feeling? Well, thank you so much for being here, for joining us in person and virtually for this second day of presentations at the Pérez Art Museum, Miami, our home. And we are very grateful to be here, grateful as well for some of our partners and sponsors that I am seeing in the auditorium, where Patricia and Ellis from El Espacio 23. Today we are going to be seeing during the day some of the presentations by our artists in residence, and El Espacio 23 has been one of the main institutions who has supported this program through WOPHA. Likewise, Kimberly from the French Consulate, I am seeing you as well. Well, you are here, so thank you so much as well for the support. I would like to now give the stage to Vanessa and Eileen, our partners who have organized an incredible exhibitions and who are going to introduce our morning session. So thank you so much, and well, let's enjoy this second day. Thank you.
Hi everyone, so I'm Eline, I'm curator and co-director of the La Station Culturelle. I'm sorry and I apologize for my accent, like the French accent. I'm very pleased to be there and share this experience with all of you. I want to say a big thank you to Aldeide and her team for invitation, which brings our voice together to connect, exchange and grow stronger. We look forward to continuing our exploration of dialogues and perspectives on photography and women's creative expression. I would like to say a few words about La Station Culturelle. It's a non-profit organization founded in 2018, and La Station Culturelle is involved into a major player in cultural sector of Martinique. La Station Culturelle initially focused on providing exhibition space and studio for artists as they moved toward privatization. Over time, it's expanded its mission and now functions as a cultural engineering agency and resource center offering essential support to emerging contemporary creators. Today, La Station Culturelle works closely with young creators of the Caribbean to develop their practice and project, supported by various institutions, public administration, private partners, and educational establishments. La Station provides a collaborative space and a range of resources to help artists build their careers. This includes project development, assistance, grant application, budget planning, artist support, and access to funding opportunities. Now I would like to speak about the Photo Contrée program, because the La Station Culturelle play a key role in these programs, part of the Rencontre photographique de Guyane, which highlights Caribbean photographers through creation, residency, and solo exhibition. The Photo Contrée program is an independent Caribbean photography initiative connected the region of Guadeloupe, Martinique, and French Guiana, designed to foster collaboration and artistic exchange across these territories. Photo Contrée provides a unique platform when photographers from each local engage in residency, exhibition, and professional development. The program emphasizes in Caribbean distinct cultural and historical narrative, empowering photographers to explore their regional identities while connected with broader Caribbean and international network. Martinique and French Guiana and also Guadeloupe are united, building a shared space that celebrates Caribbean perspective and creates an autonomous artistic ecosystem outside the mainland France. Working in partnership with the festival, Photo Contrée provides artists with professional visibility and vital support. Since 2023, La Station Culturelle has expanded this initiative by offering additional professional development and networking to further integrate artists into the art world. Through Photo Contrée, La Station has showcased notable talents such as Natifa Michel in the 2023 and Adeline Rapon, and she is laureate of the 2025 class. By embracing the Caribbean distinct blend of resilience, diversity, and collective memories, Photo Contrée invites audience to experience his unique cultural vision through the eyes of the Caribbean photographer. As an archipelagic network, La Station Culturelle connects artists, curators, and curatorial stakeholders across the Caribbean, creating bridge within the region and with the Caribbean diaspora worldwide. This archipelagic model reflects the interconnected nature of the Caribbean, linking Iceland and people through collaborative projects and shared heritage. This year, I also had the pleasure of collaborating with the curator Vanessa Selk on the exhibition Visual Epistolary Diaries, displayed at the Marriott until October 30. The project like this underscores La Station commitment to elevating Caribbean arts and fostering impactful partnership. Through Photo Contrée and ongoing collaboration with the Rencontre photographique de Guyane, La Station strives to ensure that Caribbean arts resonate within the global cultural dialogue. So yeah, thank you for listening to me. And
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vanessa Zelk. I'm the founding executive and artistic director of the Tout Monde Art Foundation and also of the co-founder of Atlantic Art House. Before saying a few words about these, I want to really deeply thank Aldeide Delgado for this reaching really the hand for this collaboration through the exhibition at the Marriott. And also congratulate you and the whole WOPHA team for these incredible days so far. It has been really, really enriching to meet some of you, learn, grow, share. It's a healing journey, and I'm really learning also myself more about photography and how much of a healing journey this can be. So thank you very much to everyone for this participation. So the Tout Monde Art Foundation, I founded in 2019. Of course, as a reference and homage to Edouard Glissant, Tout Monde, the All World, the idea was really to support Caribbean artists through socially impactful projects dedicated to what we call our 3 E's, which is education, ecology, and equal rights. And the goal is to actually accompany the artists through projects such as residencies, exhibitions, films, or small punctual projects and programs, discussions, by trying to extract them from the Caribbean and actually show their work in the US and beyond. The idea is really to show, because there's such an interesting and very vivid network, right, within the Caribbean of curators, of academics, of artists, but we're still lacking the access here in the United States. So this is why it's so important also to have organizations such as WOPHA, the ICC, and Pérez Museum, who are doing such great work. So the foundation in 2019 was actually also built thanks to the support of 3 amazing board members, including Tatiana Flores, who sits among us today and has been such a great support, and also sharing her vision and knowledge about the region was absolutely essential for our growing and vision. So beyond the visual epistolar diaries exhibition that I'm sure you have seen, we're really open to any feedback. I would love to hear your thoughts, or anything about the text and the dialogues between the images and the chosen text by the artists. 2 of the artists are among us today, Natifa Michel and Adeline Rapon. Yes, we currently have another show at the Museum of Fine Arts in Tallahassee with over 30 Caribbean artists and work on the subject intercrossing art and science about the proliferation of the sargassum seaweed. This is for this foundation, and then I just also want to mention that what Atlantic Art House is. Atlantic Art House is for now a collective of gallery and artists that is developing towards an e-commerce platform for artists and galleries to actually sell their work, because it's amazing to have academic discussions and intellectual exchange, but it's also important to live and sell the works. So we want to support artists and galleries in doing so, and so also the works that are at the Marriott are all for sale at different affordable prices. So this is very important to us, that we keep this accessible dialogue among all, and I want to thank our partners for this, not only WOPHA, but it was amazing to work with La Station Culturelle, with Elie this year, on this first collaboration. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you are having an exciting day and morning, because we're going to kick off with the Caribbean discussions with Module 7, Archipelagic Networks, starting with a lecture by Keisha Scarville, Artist in Residency, WOPHA 2024, followed then with a panel on Caribbean photo history with Emily Boone, José Antonio Navarrete, moderated by Tatiana Flores, and finally an interactive lecture by Claudia Claremi on La Memoria de las Frutas. I can't wait to hear you. Thank you very much.
All right. Hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me? Yes. So before I start, I do have to always say thank you. Aldede, Amanda, the whole WOPHA team, but I also want to say thank you to everyone who's here. And just so grateful for those who are here, those who are joining us on live, and just really feel happy to share this space with all of you. Okay. All right, so we can start, yes. First comes water, darkness, shadow, a flow of wet held between your fingers. This is not the beginning. The story delineates in the threshold, where we are marked by moment, by material left behind, by material that wants to be carried forward but can't. A compressed sigh, an arched neck, in a bend, split, leap, scratch, a holler, sweat, swallow, a glance. By ectoplasmic come and coil of hair. We fall down, we touch down, we arrive in the threshold. It's a different atmosphere, the first feeling of cold. New limbs emerge, walking backwards to let go of negative spirits, collecting horseshoes to place on top of doorways, crowing roosters in subway trains shaped by wind. You discover what it means when your palm begins to itch. Crossing, we never leave. It begins under the limbo line, what Wilson Harris called the limbo gateway, an activation of subconscious and resource of dismembered phantom limb of slave and God. You spread yourself apart. In Kamal Brathwaite's poem, Caliban, he writes, dipping down in the black god's calling, back he falls through the water's cries, down, 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 where the music hides him, down, 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 where the silence lies, limbo, limbo, limbo like me. The threshold requires a labor of looking and weight of being. You have second sight. We look up to stay steady. Black spots begin to appear on your ankles and move up your leg like all the women in your family who became leopard. And like all the women in your family, the time comes to make the choice. Do you go down or grab the knife? The threshold is the placelessness of the subconscious, a density of foliage where salt meets black water, where leaves and branches are ancestors, an amalgam of times and places where all bodies are alive. The threshold is full of potentiality, but we already know whether we will make it through. You don't need to play the game. You can linger, stay, become camouflaged. The landscape speaks back. It oozes, seeps. Cameras don't work here. They fail to render this type of light in all the subtle histories. Nothing is fixed. You move into the quiet. The threshold is quiet, but not absent of sound. It's the sound of our interior. In Kevin Quashie's book, The Sovereignty of Quiet, he writes, the interior is expansive, voluptuous, creative, impulsive, and dangerous. It is something more chaotic, more akin to hunger, memory, forgetting the edges of all the humanness one has. You'll hear it later. What do you see in the threshold? You see yourself become another you. You see yourself inside the archive. The archive is free, not static. It has multiple lives. The archive is here in service of disrupting existing narrative structure. It demolishes meaning. We don't read it, we rather listen. In her book, Experiments in Imagining Otherwise, Lola Olufemi writes, we assume the story begins and ends within the image's four corners. We craft a story of what was and how it differs from what is. But what if the image is also an echo that sticks to its context? What if the past is here now, intruding and muddying the present? Time unravels in the threshold. It is concentric, an errant awe carried in the body. We mark time by how long it takes to tie a knot, to clap roti, to string a strand of waist beads, to gather, to know our name, to develop empathy, to resist. In her essay, Dismantling the Master's Clockwork Universe, Rashida Phillips writes, "Mechanical time is not absolute time. The present moment is the ether, the absolute frame of reference." It begins in a language, it begins to take on this language I don't want to speak, but I'm going to make it do what I want to do. The threshold is polyvocal. We find multiplicities and creases in it. Ambiguous and indeterminate. Our mouths fill with incorrect words, misplaced syllables slip under our tongue. Bell Hooks writes, in the incorrect usage of words, language is a site of resistance. You move through future memories, eyes appear on your back, cotton-filled ears like the time when you stuck a pin in it and walked home with your father, too embarrassed to tell him that you cannot hear through both of your ears. What offerings do you bring? What invocations do you conjure? Who do you summon with you through the threshold? Say their names, spill the molasses, touch the ground and then your heart, and keep it moving. Your body is required. You are the catalyst and the brake. In her book, Maroon Choreography, Fahime Ife writes, I refuse the choreographed apparatuses of coloniality, its methodologies, its origin stories, its naming rituals, and its movements. In the unseen, unknown expanse of Blackness, I move inside the palimpsest of what exists prior or beside us. You are never still. The threshold is the remix, the stuttered beat, the refusal for original rhyme, but shapes the tongue, shapes how our body is formed. You are reconfigured. Songs intertwine and create new melodies. My grandmother swings her hips and sings Dinah Washington's What a Difference a Day Makes, while the sound of Big Daddy Kane's Ain't No Half-Steppin' emerges from my brother's room 30 years later. And in the scratch of 1980, my dad pushes pause on Linton Kwesi Johnson's Street 66. It begins backstage, where we recede and call out. In her essay, Aspects of the Black Backstage, Harmony Holiday writes, the backstage metastasizes into any place where it's okay to not perform, where you'll be taken as you are and not asked to do a number, to reminisce about a show, to show up in costume. Knowing when to retreat as part of the ecosystem of the Black backstage. You cannot access this territory of the subconscious without that awareness and the accompanying willingness to surprise and disappoint spectators as part of a larger performance of being. It gets too shrill to be out there, and you start backing away as if from a predator, but coolly, calmly, to show your dominance, to show your magic. Backstage is where to break from, to embrace for real, to test a natural smile against a Vaseline one, to let the natural self prevail, even when that means being catatonic or hunched over in exhaustion or fastidiously rejecting a garment or accessory for something that might look a little better or feel more sovereign. The threshold isn't sealed, it is porous, but you must feel your way through to find the pockets and caress the openings. The longer you're there, the deeper you're buried. Alexis Pauline Gumbs writes in her book, M Archive, and when they got through the pipes and the under asphalt wire currents and the knotted tree roots and the gravel and the grit and the cow prints of whatever was there before the blackening pavement, they started to see the layers, the shells, the bones. They started to remember, they started to know. As they dug and they dug and they dug, they got closer to home. You move through latent landscapes, the unseen presence of night, where crickets, frogs, and shapeshifters sing a chorus for moon water. When, as Jamaica Kincaid writes, there is no just before midnight, midnight or just after midnight. When the night is round in some places, flat in some places, and in some places like a deep hole, blue on the edge, black inside. The night soilman can see a bird walking in the trees. It isn't a bird, it is a woman who has removed her skin. The threshold is a place of longing and marinage. We don't progress in the threshold, we become. We don't behave, but embrace what it means to be wild. We don't pose, we refuse to be still. We hunt for the counter-formulaic. The threshold isn't safe, but that isn't what we're here for. The threshold is where precarity is embodied and transformed into future presence. The threshold holds, but denies possession. You can come to wail, you should. You can't help but weep. You can call out for your mother, for your ancestors, they'll hear you. It begins in death. We don't anticipate it because it is always with us. We don't seek to be made whole. We know what's been taken and what it takes to get through. There is no initiation. Grieve, mourn, be angry. The threshold asks us to release. It is a sight that cannot be replicated. It begins again where you arise, contorted but reformed, reconfigured, reformed, reconstituted, fullness of being and awareness of a new form. You cannot go back. It cracks you open. You experiment with transgressive acts of joy. You find ease. You find a new gravity. You find a language that tethers the silences. You find ease. You find ease when the day becomes loose, a time to gaff, a time to sit on the veranda, look out to the seawall, and talk about all the yesterdays of life. Silhouettes pay their respects. They smoothly walk by and say, good evening. The threshold is an elusive third space. You let your body go limp. You relinquish. There's no such thing as ghosts. You've been here before. We don't go down to come back up. Our bodies are the space of crossing. We have a strange sense of pull. We are dense yet buoyant. A new language is built. Histories are broken apart. Emergent politics, new bodies, new growth, new spaces. Your subjectivity is now the foreground. Possibilities and epic potential can be resensitized. The threshold speaks the language of disillusion. You meet the trickster under the duress of imagination. There are things that I've tried to say but maybe failed to communicate. A lot of words were left behind. Some words needed to be left behind. This is difficult. And we are moving through it right now at this very moment. But the goal isn't to succeed, the goal is to find each other. We are shaped by our dispossession, the reordering of ourselves. And my grandfather looks back, and my grandfather looks back. And my grandfather is looking back at me. He's looking back at me right now. The dead tamarind tree that was in front of his yard is now painted blue. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tatiana Flores, and I'm moderating the next panel. I'm very grateful to be in community with everybody here. Very happy to be at PAMM, which is a beloved museum, and very impressed and proud of Aldeide for everything that she has accomplished. I met her in 2017 when I think she was recently arrived in the US, and it's amazing to see her trajectory. So thank you, Aldeide, for the amazing work that you did and for all that you inspire us. This panel asks the question, what is the relevance of the Caribbean for understanding the history of photography? The panel's prompt asks us to destabilize our assumptions about photography. I, for one, was taught photo history as a European invention that diffused outwards. The artists who formed this canon were entirely white and were, for the most part, if not entirely, in Europe and the United States. If my German professor had been asked, what is the relevance of the Caribbean for understanding the history of photography, he would have answered, nothing. In her seminal book, An Eye for the Tropics, Tourism, Photography, and Framing the Caribbean Picturesque, art historian Krista Thompson demonstrates the crucial role that photography played in making the Caribbean islands into tourist attractions beginning in the late 19th century. As she argues, quote, photographs of tamed nature and disciplined natives ensured potential travelers of their safety in a tropical environment and served as visual testaments of the effectiveness of colonial rule, end quote. As such, a major facet of the photographic archive of the Caribbean established the visual as a site of authority, corresponding to a state of order that cultural theorist Nicholas Mirzoeff has denominated as visuality. Visuality for him is not about the simple act of seeing, but instead about how the world as we experience it is mediated through a system of codes that structures our sense of reality. In his words, quote, visuality sutures authority to power and renders this association natural, end quote. It also attempts to extinguish the right to look, or the claim to autonomy, political subjectivity, and collectivity. Mirzoeff characterizes the right to look as counter-visuality and also evokes it in poetic terms. Quote, the right to look is not about seeing. It begins at a personal level with the look into someone's eyes to express friendship, solidarity, or love. That look must be mutual, each person inventing the other, or it fails. As such, it is unrepresentable. The question becomes, how in Caribbean photography, where it is easy to discern the operations of visuality, might we uncover the right to look? Trinidadian photographer Rodell Warner has been assembling a speculative photographic archive through AI, which he terms artificial archive, arguing that when he thinks about the Caribbean's past, his mind goes to the photographs he has seen, which were produced by colonial authorities and operated under a regime of visuality intended to keep the island's populations subjected well past emancipation. Warner directs AI software to create images, photographs of joy, empowerment, and love. He describes his motivations through an anecdote about leading a photography workshop for high school students in Jamaica in 2018. As he narrates, quote, "I teach the children about focal points, lighting, things like that, and I have them take pictures of each other. We get back to the classroom and project the pictures and talk about them. The first pictures that come up on the screen are of a light-skinned child in class, and we have a normal conversation about the technical bits of photography. Then we move on to somebody else's picture, a picture of a dark-skinned child. One of the other students comes up on the screen. There, in the darkness of the room, somebody shouts out, 'Slavery!' and all of them start laughing. It's a very tight-knit group of children. They have their own humor, and I'm trying not to make too much of it. But I realize that the image of this dark-skinned child is equated, at least in one mind, to being enslaved. That's the context in which you see dark-skinned people of the past. There is this deleterious effect of the photographic archive of the Caribbean has on the imagination of Caribbean people and how we think of ourselves and therefore what we're capable of." That was all Rodell Warner. In response, Warner sets out to, again his words, conjure images that he would have liked to see included in the photographic archive. What indeed is the relevance of the Caribbean for understanding the history of photography? Today, our panelists will offer their answers, with Professor Emily Boone speaking on the central role of Haiti to photo history, and scholar and curator José Antonio Navarrete discussing the relationship between photography and ethnography in a Santeria ceremony that took place in Matanzas, Cuba in 1957, which was attended by celebrated photographers and anthropologists. The module that houses this panel is called Archipelagic Networks. The archipelago, as we know, is a chain of islands. It is also an analytic that destabilizes the well-worn trope of center and periphery and related constructs, such as metropole and province, or first world and third world, by turning our attention to networks, mobilities, and multiplicities. Instead of drawing attention to the island as fragile, vulnerable, and dependent in relation to the mainland or continent, as in the standard narrative, an archipelagic approach foregrounds island-to-island interactions and generates new forms of knowledge that upend what we think we know. In the article, Envisioning the Archipelago, a group of authors posits that archipelagic networks engage in a practice of counter-mapping, which, quote, requires a double destabilization, dislocating and deterritorializing the objects of study, in this case photo history, and constituting in their place a site or viewing platform in which they are perceived and analyzed fresh and anew, end quote. That is the promise of today's presentation. So I welcome to the stage Emily or Jose Antonio. I don't know who's going to go first, but thank you, and I look forward to our conversation.
Good morning, everyone. Jose and I are actually waiting to see the next slide. Oh, okay, so I am up. Thank you. It's so good to be here today. I also want to offer thanks. Aldede, thank you so much for planning this. It's really an honor to be here to share my research with this community and become a part of this community. I also wanted to thank the Pérez Museum as well. I'm a Caribbean Cultural Institute Fellow right now, and the Institute is playing a major role in helping me advance this research. So good to be here. Okay. This presentation today will share my approach to rethinking Haiti's relationship to photography. The topic of Haiti and photography most often conjures voyeuristic imagery relating to voodoo and the persistent representation of poverty. Through this framework, photography as a medium loses its multivalent and dynamic attributes and instead is reduced to indexical tropes of representation. While my book project acknowledges photography's dark history, it more forcefully insists on photography's role as a generative resource for insightful moments of quotidian Haitian life. I attend to the importance of photographic formats and the roots and occasions of a photograph circulation, while highlighting moments which can reframe the very concepts and paradigms that drive discussions about the nature of photography. Within the project, which spans 1840 to the contemporary moment, I have a series of lengthy, historically motivated chapters with 3 shorter essay vignettes on the work of single contemporary artists found between the chapters. I have intentionally added the vignettes out of chronological order. I do so to disrupt the traditional Western model of art history as progress and to remap how the telling of African diaspora art history can unfold with Haiti and photography at its center. I first want to explain the title, which is borrowed from the words of a photographer who is actually a part of the WOPHA Congress and is actually in the audience today. Photographer Maggie Stieber gifts her listeners with an adage, one that resonates with photography's sweeping force. You don't choose Haiti, Haiti chooses you. Haiti chooses you because you have lessons to learn. With the foresight of Maggie's words, my project, Haiti Chooses You, Notes on a Caribbean History of Photography, reimagines Haiti as central to understanding the transatlantic nuances of photography's relationship to Black quotidian life from the 19th century to the contemporary moment. My project illustrates how long and complex the history of photography in Haiti is, and the project builds upon past efforts of curators, scholars, and image makers of the Caribbean. For example, artist Edouard Duval-Carrier's exhibit, From Within and Without, The History of Haitian Photography. It was planned in 2015, almost 10 years ago, and it took place here in Florida at the NSU Art Museum, Fort Lauderdale. It is the first attempt to consider the history of the medium in Haiti from the 19th century to the contemporary moment. The show was organized chronologically, and it includes those photographs taken by Haitian and non-Haitians as well. And I love how in this particular slide, you almost see a visual manifestation of part of the show's argument in this view, where it says from within and without. You see how without is almost a shadow, creating a very kind of intimate relationship with the other words, conveying sort of the interconnectedness of Haiti and the rest of the world, hence from within and without. In this image, you also see the first room of the exhibit. You get a sense of how the photographs were exhibited in the first room. Starting with the 19th century, we have examples of small-scale photographs like carte de visites and cabinet cards. And the show also included a view into photographic albums from the 19th century. Out of this exhibit came an exhibition catalog that you see up here on the screen. Contributing to the catalog were a range of scholars, many of whom don't usually write about photography. So you have historians, you had art historians who focused on painting, you had an architectural art historian, you had literary figures, you had all these interdisciplinary voices kind of coming together and contributing to the catalog. And it really reflects the interdisciplinary approach that is needed to address such a complex history. This show and this exhibition catalog offers an important model for me as I pursue my research, and it offers an invitation to think broadly across and between disciplines. The book also offers the opportunity to think about a photographic archive in the form of a book, as opposed to being, in an institution. It offers one published place to tell this narrative. Similarly, I hope to add and build from where Edouard Duval-Carrier and his team of writers left off. I hope to do that by, in my book, publishing a photographic archive, one in which a selection of photographs are offered, and also in the book project, I hope to offer readers one model for thinking through the history of photography in Haiti. With this in mind, the remainder of the presentation will discuss a few key photographs and the kinds of reframing that they can offer to us. Since I have limited time today, I will show images that bookend this history, some from the 19th century, along with more contemporary examples. We have this example. This photograph is by Francis Gris, a Haitian photographer who was the son of an African American who immigrated to Haiti in the 19th century. Gris learned how to take daguerreotype photographs in Haiti, and he also worked in various places in the United States. Evidence of his time in California, Nevada, and Utah comes into view through advertisements and newspaper records. Based on a Haitian newspaper advertisement, it appears to Gris that Gris, upon his return to Port-au-Prince, made carte de visites and aluminum prints at the photography studio on one of the capital's central streets. The Gris collection at the Library of Congress includes 48 daguerreotypes by this Haitian photographer. All of the daguerreotypes at the Library of Congress are of white-appearing, unidentified 19th century subjects, such as the example that we see here on the screen. Also, all these daguerreotypes are assumed to be taken in the United States and not Haiti. Histories of photography of the African diaspora are usually organized around photographs of Black subjects. However, as a departure from this approach, these photographs require a different way to think about the photographs. My project asks the following of Gris. How can we consider Gris's importance within a dynamic and far-reaching context of global photography, one that decentralizes issue of racial representation and prioritizes photographic processes, innovation, and circulation within the realm of Black life and the visual culture of Haiti? Printmaking will also be central to this project. Although photographs are a kind of print, current scholarship tends to overlook the shared material transformation of prints and photographs. Unlike other models of photography's histories that position, for example, lithography as a precursor to the precision captured by photographs. I will attend to printing processes in my project as parallel forms of image making that are central to how photographs in Haiti functioned as aesthetic objects. I insist that when we look closely at the prints in Haiti, we learn about the kind of visuality photography made possible. For example, in 1848, Faustin Elie Soliqui began a 10-year reign as the Emperor of Haiti. To celebrate his lavish coronation, New York photographer A. Hartman took 10 daguerreotypes, none of which exist today. The images survive through a series of lithographs based on the photographs. How can we think about the translation of photographic images to prints, and then the circulation of prints in newspapers, such as the one shown on the screen on the right-hand side? How can we think about this translation as part and parcel to photography's history in Haiti? Within this slide, we have examples that illustrate Haitian photographers engaging in a range of photographic processes. Oh. Actually, going to go here. Within this slide, we have examples that illustrate Haitian photographers engaging in a range of photographic processes. On the right-hand side, we have examples of carte de visite. On the left, obviously a cyanotype. And what I really love about this image on the right-hand side is that not only do you see the portraits, but you're able to see the backs of the carte de visites, and they have the information about the photography studios. These two examples that are held in archives here in the United States, they really illustrate the range of types of photographs that Haitian photographers are learning and engaging with. They also illustrate and show how photography becomes a site for transatlantic and intra-Caribbean connection and exchange. On the right-hand side, that is one page from a leather-bound album. The leather-bound album, it's pretty thick and it has clasp, a huge clasp, and it's from a French family with Haitian connections. Within the album, there are 50 carte de visites and cabinet card photos of both black and white subjects, and multiple portraits of President Salomon of Haiti. Within the album, 12 of the carte de visites had the printed credit en verso to Haitian photographers. So it's really locating Haitian photographers and examples of their work to a network of images and exchange that is taking place in person and literally through the pages of an album. With the cyanotype, this is an album that was printed in Kingston, Jamaica. It is an album of 63 prints, and it's of a volume that focuses specifically on Haiti. I'm particularly excited about this example. In my research, I privilege intersections between and among Caribbean islands as opposed to limiting a consideration of the transnational to relations between empires and their colonial reach. How might putting Haiti at the center of photography's history also encourage a reconsideration of the Caribbean's importance to the region, to the medium? Okay, we're kind of leaping across time to see more contemporary examples. Within my project, I also emphasize photography's role as a site for Black experimentation and innovation. Here on the screen, you see one example of a studio photograph from Haiti from the 1980s, and it really reflects the kinds of creativity that emerged from local Haitian establishments. Other examples in this collection of contemporary photographs include portraits of babies superimposed inside baby bottles, faces of Black subjects appearing on $100 bills, and portraits superimposed on top of Romanesque pedestals. If we were to speak with the proprietors of these studios, they will share accounts of changing visual trends, businesses passed down from father to son, and the benefits of having an all-female staff of photographers. While many histories of photography prioritize known name photographers, it is often within the realm of vernacular studio photographs that a different kind of history can unfold. How do the unnamed photographers of Haiti inspire new histories? I'm also interested in how contemporary conceptual art photographers engage with Haiti's photographic past and give us tools to rethink and reframe this history, such as in this example by Leah Gordon from her Taylor series. Within the series, she captures an enduring but quickly declining need for tailors to hand-make school uniforms for children, and she conveys this meditation on loss, on the past and present through old photographic processes themselves. Each image in Taylor's was shot on black and white film with a 50-year-old camera. Each print is hand-printed, and each print is also hand-tinted, as we can see with the beautiful colors of this example. In addition to other artists I've had the pleasure to learn from as a current fellow at the Pérez Museum are Adler, Gouillet, and Widleen Cadet. For Adler, for example, in one work, he repurposes a photograph taken during the US occupation, 1915 to 1934, in his collage work. And you also have Widleen Cadet grappling with the absence of a photographic past in her family by very intentionally making one, meaning a photographic archive, in the present. And that's really central to her work. How do contemporary photographers teach us to propose new ways of discussing Haiti and photography? And with my concluding slide, I wanted to turn to a spread that was put together by Milo Mathieu, a first-generation Haitian painter. In his recent feature in the Caribbean art publication Forgotten Land, we have this spread. On the left, a family photo from Haiti of 3 black children joyfully playing in water. On the right, the bittersweet text from the artist. He writes, "My grandmother passed away last year, and I carry a deep regret that I never asked her about her photography. I never discussed the characters in her photos, the stories they told, or how she began her journey in photography." End quote. In a world where so much of this history, and often the histories told by women, are overlooked, lost, or forgotten, I hope my research can begin to illustrate Haitians' relationship to photography across time, location, and context. Questions about photography will be asked, characters in photographs will be discussed, and journeys in photography will be documented. In Maggie's words, we have so many lessons to learn. Thank you.
Dear friends. Okay. Well, thank you to Aldeide Delgado Puebla, the organizer of the event, and her team. You rock, guys. So, thank you to everyone that is here to this amazing event. My paper is about one specific episode of Cuban photography, but it's an episode with, that resonates in the Caribbean history of photography. Offering for the origins photography, anthropology, and Santeria ritual at the Laguna de San Joaquin, Matanzas, Cuba, June 1957. At the dawn of June 24, 1957, numerous believers in the Orishas, gods of the Yoruba religious tradition, gathered at the San Joaquin Lagoon municipality of Pedro Betancourt in the province of Matanzas. Coming mainly from the surroundings, all these people united to perform a ritual ceremony of animal sacrifices dedicated to Yemaya and the rest of the Yoruba pantheon. The lagoon is an abode of Yemaya, the mother of all divinities, and the spirit of water, the goddess of fertility and women. The rituals fulfill the purpose of spiritually nourishing the gods and strengthening the bond between the faithful and the protector Orisha of every one of them. Although of annual frequency, these rituals on this specific day had a particular connotation in the evolution of Afro-Cuban and Afro-Caribbean studies. At the San Joaquin Lagoon, near the central Cuba, a sugar factory and a hacienda owned by the Tarafa family, 4 individuals of note converged on that day. Okay. They were the Cuban women Lidia Cabrera, a writer and anthropologist, and Josefina Tarafa, a businesswoman, patron of the arts, or patron of the arts, and photographer. And 2 men, the French anthropologist and photographer Pierre Béger, who had already established himself in Bahia, Brazil, and the Swiss-Argentine anthropologist based in France, Alfred Métraux. All 4 share a common interest studying the African diaspora presence and influence in Latin America. 3 of them also had a particular commitment to Yoruba religiosity as practices in their respective settings. Pierre Béger became a Babalao in Bahia, and Lydia and Josefina incorporated Cuban Santeria belief into their life. Besides, Berget and Josefina share a unique approach to their photographic work, blending the anthropological and the aesthetic, which confers to their images a powerful presence. When they met that day, Lydia had already published her 1954 book, El Monte. Considered the Bible of Afro-Cuban religions. As a photographer, Josefina contributed the most images to the appendix of illustrations in El Monte. She had taken these photos while accompanying Lydia on numerous ethnographic excursions into the Black communities of Western Cuba during the 1940s and early 50s. By then, Pierre Béger has already a well-known ethnographer and a renowned photographer who had worked extensively in the Caribbean basin since 1936. His book, Dieu d'Afrique, Africa Gods, started circulating in 1954. It was the first comparative visual study of Yoruba religious practices in Africa and Latin America and Brazil for this particular case. Finally, Métraux also had a long career as an anthropologist, having field studies in the Andes and Haiti. By 1957, he was working on the manuscript of a book entitled Voodoo, which, edited the following year, will make him internationally known as a scholar of the subject. Previous personal and professional relationships between them had led to this meeting. Lydia and Josefina had been close friends for years, presumably since the second half of the 1930s, before they began professional collaboration. Likewise, the friendship between Pierre Béger and Métraux was long-standing, initiated in 1935. It lasted throughout Metro life, and they even share research projects. Although Lydia and Berget met in Havana in 1949 on a brief trip to the latter made to Cuba, their meeting in Paris in November 1954, when they exchanged their books, then recently published, sealed a personal friendship that lasted almost until Lydia's death, with moments of collaboration and always of professional exchange. Their correspondence extended from 1955 to 1989, and it's a testament to their mutual respect and intellectual camaraderie. Josefina had previously known about Berger's photographic work thanks maybe to Lydia, who frequently carried a copy of Berger's book, Dieu d'Afrique, to Central Cuba to show it to her black fellows. Certain circumstances contributed to this meeting between the four of them in 1957. Since April 7 of that year, Pierre Berget has been in Cuba, traveling around the country and photographing it for a popularization book to be published in Paris by the editor Paul Harman. Lydia was in charge of writing the introductory text and the notes on the images in the book. As can be expected, during Berget's stay in Cuba, which lasted until June 30, there were several meetings between the two friends. At some point, the idea arose to gather at the Tarafas country house in Central Cuba at Josefina's invitation to participate in the annual ritual celebration at the San Joaquin Lagoon. She had previously documented, Josefina, an offering right at the site where she had participated with Lydia. However, these annual celebrations at the lagoon were widely attended and of great importance as collective ritual. Berger invited Metro to visit Havana for a few days to conduct joint research, agreeing that this trip would coincide with the above-mentioned ceremonies. Metro stayed in Cuba from June 16 to 29. The rituals were celebrated in 2 successive days. On the first day, the sacrifices were made, which began early in the morning, as we have already said. They lasted for several hours until around noon, since they involved various actions, including dance and chants addressed to each god, one after the other. The following day, very early in the morning, too, a purification ritual of short duration was celebrated, where thanks were given to Olorun, Olorolodumare, creator of the universe, and his Ache, his gift of energy and power, was received. From the event, some concrete products has come down to us in addition to the wealth of shared knowledge among the 4 personalities mentioned above. In the 1958 book Cuba, is there, Berger included 2 photographs taken at the San Joaquin Lagoon in the 196 he grouped in the publication. Later, in recent times, other photographs he took there has been incorporated into new author's book. Lydia and Josefina, who left Cuba in the same year of 1960 for exile by different routes when the Castro dictatorship was established, could not satisfy their desire to publish a book on the subject until 1973. With Lydia's text and Josefina's photography narrative, La Laguna Sagrada de San Joaquín was launched in Madrid that year, 1973.
with a second edition in Miami in 1993 after Josefina and Lydia's death. A very additional bibliography on Lydia, Berger, and Métraux, including the publication of the correspondences between Lydia and Berger and between Berger and Métraux, has added new information about their collaboration. The photograph in the Sacred Lagoon of San Joaquin. The trip between Havana and Matanzas, specifically to central Cuba, the day before starting the ceremonies, were made by Berger, Métraux, and Lydia in the car driven by María Teresa de Rojas, Lydia's life companion, and also another support in her work. At least that is what Lydia tells us, who was never good at remembering dates, but who could dig effectively into her memory, exploring the facts and their details. They all spent the night at the Tarafa's house, and from there headed for the lagoon at dawn. In her Willys Jeep four-wheel drive, Josefina brought her guests from Central Cuba's main house early in the morning to around the lagoon. Although the ceremonies at the lagoon were openly participatory, babalaos and iyalochas, priests and priestesses, were often reluctant to allow photographic recordings of their celebrations for the gods. Therefore, Lydia had previously asked the officiants of the ceremony for permission to photograph the rites. These officiants, they had to consult the orishas, who gave their approval. At once a religious and cultural act, sacrificial rites are a symbolic gesture of delivering vital energy to the gods associated with the animal's blood, while reaffirming the community identity that connects the practitioners with their ancestors and their traditions, with their cultural legacy in short. Also, from the point of view of their scenic execution, the sacrificial rites are a repertoire of actions and with movement of varying performance and diverse aspects. Few characters act in these rites as direct executors of the sacrificial acts. The rest of the participants simultaneously perform various actions. Some play instruments, and most sing and dance. Some participants, individually and randomly, are possessed by the Orisha parents, their Orisha parents. Given the ample natural scenery in which they were celebrated, the large number of faithful gathered there, and their mobility between the different points where the sacrifice were celebrated around the lagoon. The sacrificial rite of the San Joaquin Lagoon raised several challenges to the photographic work. Josefina and Berger took photographs in the lagoon each on their own, without a concerted plan between them. Berger's photos that has been published today record some moments of the ritual. They are isolated images that stand out for their aesthetic care and intense emotionality. Josefina, in particular, was imbued by the idea of constructing a broad and complex visual narrative of the celebration. She more than achieved that purpose, evidenced by her rich archive of original prints and the edited book, despite the low-quality print of images in the latter's two editions. Today's is the first time both works at the lagoon are presented jointly, although partially. As we know, close-ups are a fundamental component of the repertoire of mandatory resources in the anthropological visual record, in which proximity to the photographed object is often necessary for its detailed description. The San Joaquin Lagoon rise compelled Josefina, already well-trained in taking close-ups, to combine instantaneity with proximity to the subject. In registering the event, she began her camera drive with panoramic or general shots showing the composition and movement of the group of successful walking towards the lagoon. She accompanied this with other general shots of people and full shots of characters and their offering animals to sacrifice. Then, when the rituals began, her camera became an immersive protagonist, one participant, not an observer. Josefina applied the same strategy on the second day of the rites. This as you can see, Josefina Tarafa is the photographer that compiled the most of photographs that were made there at the San Joaquin Lagoon. And it's very different, our connection with her photo when you see the book, unfortunately not well printed, and the originals that are at the Cuban Heritage Collection, University of Miami. This second day initiated with the round of the Nangele and the shared action of drinking the dembo, or concoction made of honey and corn in honor of Olodumare, ended with the gathering of herbs destined to receive the ashe, the grace of the gods, as mentioned before. After that came the farewell. A sample of Josefina's preparation for her work. It could be noted that she ordered the construction of a wooden scaffolding to take bird's eye view pictures of the round. You see the round before, which was the only way to record it in all its form and extension. In her extensive body of photograph, Josefina managed to satisfy the requirements of anthropological documentation by deploying diverse points of view, focal distances, framing, and planes to make the images. In this way, she displayed great dynamism in her narrative, quickly capturing the interest of contemporary viewers, even those who are not averse to these practices. Moreover, in her photo of powerful expressive force, one can perceive the character of these rituals as a profound act of devotion and communion with the sacred on the part of the believers. Nor do they lack the poetic note in more than one moment. That is why they accompany the poetic writing of Lydia Cabrera, the poetic and anthropological approach, writing of Lydia Cabrera so well. Surely, this was the best photographically documented Afro-Cuban religious event in 20th century Cuban history. Perhaps it still is. Also, a vigorous reivindication of cultural diversity in the Caribbean. Francisquilla, Melgares, the widow player, Marcos, Severina, Maria Josefa, Petronila, Dolores, Brígida, Octavio, and so many others of the faithful who have paraded in these images say goodbye to us with their voices and chants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emily and Jose Antonio. Those were really fascinating presentations. It really speaks to how important it is to recenter the Caribbean in these conversations. And I wanted to ask you about representation and agency. In both of your presentations, you mentioned, in one case, Emily, that the daguerreotypist, his subjects were white for the most part, and Leah Gordon is a white photographer that and who I know and is wonderful. And then in your case, at Jose Antonio, you also have a group of white photographers and scholars. So so that I wanted you to talk a little bit about the kind of, I don't know if it's tension, but basically representation and agency as it relates to both of your projects.
Thank you. That's a fantastic question, and something I've been thinking about as I'm trying to find more photographs. That's actually part of what I'm doing right now, specifically trying to find more examples of photographs that are made by individuals of African descent from Haiti. There's a way that, you know, the archive is very large and very diverse, but as I know was mentioned yesterday, it really tends to be dominated within Haitian photography, really the colonial archive. We can think, when I think of just like the sheer number of photographs on Haiti, we can really think back to the US occupation as being a point of reference. We can think to a number of white photographers who have gone in and had a range of experiences and engagements with photography, from those who are kind of sweeping into the country when there is a crisis, taking journalistic photographs, and those like Leah Gordon who have sort of a long time practice. But within that platform, or within that range, the number of Haitian photographers is very limited. And partially what my project hopes to do is to find more and to give them more attention. Within the 19th century, and something I've been thinking a lot about is, we know that a lot of the sitters in the 19th century are those of a certain class standing, when we do have images of Black individuals. I'm also asking questions about not only the photographers themselves, but the whole kind of labor ecosystem that goes into the making of photography. Will I be able to find records about photography assistants and you know, the networks through which the actual supplies for photography are arriving in Haiti, and the labor that goes into that? Probably not, but to imagine and to give sort of more agency to a wider range of people involved in photography, I think I need to sort of ask those questions and expand the conversation beyond the photographer and the subject to various other individuals in the ecosystem of photography and visuality in Haiti more broadly.
That's really interesting, and I hope you do find it. The archive can really confound us, but in the case of you, Jose Antonio, what an archive that you're showing us. I also noticed, I was doing a little, trying to find the images online, and I found out that they also took some audio recordings from these ceremonies. And I think that's a bit of what's, or at least that what circulates more out there and online is the audio of the particular drums and chants, and these photographs are just not that visible. So thank you for bringing them to our attention, and then could you talk a little bit more then about representation agency and maybe the kind of broader field too?
Thank you. There is a very interesting aspects in the developing of photography in Cuba in the so-called modernity years, from the 20s to the 20s to the 50s. And in this time, the Afro-Cubanism in the 20s, the end of the late 20s and the beginning of the series was a strong cultural movement and inside the art and literature practices. But really, even though there are people interested in researching on the Black traditions in the country, and more than person, of course, are involved in that. The work of Lydia Cabrera was a seminal work, and is today because the methodology that Lydia applied in her work and the way that she created networks to produce her research. For example, Josefina, that has been until 5 years ago, 4 years ago, a very unknown photographer in the history of Cuban photography. Josefina was her partner, and they have a premise in their work. The informant people talk about them. So we are only the person that recorded their experiences, their words. So I think that for this reason it's so strong, the anthropological work of Lydia, because and it's so contemporary, because as Lydia taught, the informants were the people that wrote her books, not her. She seen herself as a connector of voices, as a person that has the role to link people and to link the voices of the Black communities. And Josefina, that was developed the anthropological photography in Cuba in the 40s and the 50s, and even after the emigration, he produced a fantastic bodies work in Miami in the 70s that recording the presence of Latin people and how the Latin people transformed the city in the 70s. Josefina had a strong commitment with Cuban culture and with Black communities, and also with anthropology or visual anthropology before
even before that the discipline were well constructed as a discipline of studies. So today, the work of both Josefina and Lydia in their respective fields are the most the most powerful documentation about the evolution of Black cultures in Cuba in the first half of the 20th century. Even today, when I thought that El Monte is considered the Bible of Cuban religions, is because you talk to, it's so easy for a Cuban to know babalaos y yalochas. It's a common, it's a presence that is inside our quotidian life, and not also in Cuba, even in the migration. And for the practitioners of these religions, the book is considered as a book to consult for their work, to know the legacies of their ancestors. So, for this reason, this is so important. The work of both, and in particular the work of Josefina. The work of Pierre Berger is well known internationally, but for me was very interesting also to put in connection the photos that Pierre Berger took in San Joaquin with the photo that Josefina took, and taking in consideration that Josefina was a woman. She didn't establish connection with the photographic medium. He didn't participate in photography in the photographic scene in Cuba in the 40s and 60s. He made her work alone in connection with a group of women friends. It's like a confraternity of women friends that are very concerned with the Cuban culture, and in particular with the legacy of Black cultures.
Wow, thank you so much. Both of you have really demonstrated another level of thinking about representation and then ethical practice, both you as art historians, but also the artists that you're working on. And so we come to the affirmative that we have a lot to learn about photography, thinking about the Caribbean. Thank you so much to the members of the audience. It's time for lunch, and we appreciate your attention and your community. Thank you, and thank you.
start the second session of our program. It is a pleasure for me to introduce Claudia Claremi, or CCI, 2024 CCI, Caribbean Cultural Institute at PAMM, plus WOPHA Fellow. The CCI plus WOPHA Fellowship is a program that we have initiated, which aims to support emerging to mid-career women and non-binary photographers based in Miami, the Caribbean, and East diasporas. Claudia Claremi is going to present for us today her project La Memoria de las Frutas, which is a large-scale research project exploring Caribbean fruits and the deep emotional connections they evoke. She is an artist and filmmaker whose work spans video, analog film, photography, installation, sound, and text. She graduated from the International Film and Television School of San Antonio de los Baños in Cuba and the University of the Arts in London. She has been an artist in residence at Beta Local, Centre for Artists in Residence at Matadero, Madrid, Visual Studies Workshop, and De Clemente. Her films have been screened at ARM and Arbor Film Festival, Rotterdam Film Festival, among others. Her work has been exhibited widely, including Museum K2M, K2M, and Museo Reina Sofía, among many other institutions. So thank you so much, and thank you, Iberia, for the continued support to this program, and welcome, Claudia.
Hello. Well, thank you for this opportunity. I'm thrilled to be here at WOPHA Congress, and today's talk will be interactive. So I'd like to welcome everyone here at PAMM and also the audience online. And my name is Claudia Claremi. I'm an artist based in Madrid, in Spain, and my work combines, as Aldeide said, video, analog film, photography, installation, and archives. My projects explore collective experiences and memories, addressing issues such as embodiment, diaspora, and coloniality. I would like to tell you more about La Memoria de las Frutas, which is the project I'm currently developing through the Caribbean Cultural Institute, CCI, and WOPHA Fellowship. This fellowship, along with my residency at El Espacio 23, has provided me with incredible opportunity to immerse myself in Miami for the entire month of September, this September, allowing me to focus on producing a new chapter of the project. And I want to take a moment to thank Iberia from CCI and PAMM, and Aldeide from WOPHA and all the team, and also Annelies, Patty, Daniela, and Nicole and Luis from El Espacio 23, because they've been like so amazingly supportive, and gracias. Let me introduce you to the project. La Memoria de las Frutas, which means the memory of fruits, is an ongoing project I have developed over several years, focusing on Caribbean fruits and the emotional connections they evoke in people. This research delves into environmental and social issues through the lens of personal relationships with fruit. I began this exploration during an artist residency in Puerto Rico in 2015. Since then, La Memoria de las Frutas has unfolded across Cuba, the Dominican Republic, and the Caribbean diasporas in Spain and the United States, with recent chapters set in New York City last year and in Miami in the past month. This journey has enabled me to organize the project into different chapters, each focusing on a specific context or community and archiving dozens of fruit varieties through people's memories. The work features two primary elements. First, a black and white silent 60mm film that captures the hands of individuals as they evoke absent fruits. And the second element features text, representing written fragments of oral testimonies collected through interviews. These texts refer to memories, for example, of a tree in the backyard of a family home in Santo Domingo, the pleasure of eating homemade jams in Cuba, or the high price of tasteless mangoes in New York. These recollections evoke the shape, the smell, and the taste of fruits, while prompting reflections on issues such as industrial agriculture, immigration, and cultural colonialism. They trigger considerations on questions such as which fruits circulate in the global market and which do not, as well as broader issues like the gentrification of neighborhoods, the decline of Cuba's agricultural fields and empty state-run food markets, or the impact of US colonial control over Puerto Rico. The project has been presented in various formats and media, including film and 35mm photography, video installations, and publications. And I recently produced a series of flipbooks based on the 60mm film, and I have a few here for you to check out after the talk if you want to see them. And for example, La Memoria de las Frutas chapter shown in 2023 in Madrid, in La Casa Encendida, focus on the Caribbean communities in Spain. And it has a special meaning for me because it started by interviewing my family, who is part of the Cuban diaspora. Here, the work was displayed as an installation that included one large film projection alongside 5 overhead projectors with text transparencies. And I want to emphasize that from the beginning of the project, I chose to work in black and white and to avoid representing tropical fruits. This decision stems from the fact that these fruits have been often exoticized and depicted from a colonial perspective, like female and racialized bodies. And now I'd like to share a short piece of one of the many 60mm films. All of them are black and white, silent, and hand-processed. And the films show a collection of empty hands evoking fruits through gestures and activating the memory of the body. And yesterday, Amalia Caputo, who might be in the room, mentioned photography as a memory tool. And I'm using the camera and analog medium to create moments of connection, intimacy, and play. And I see the camera as an activator of memory. And I'd like to address this performative aspect. So let's watch the film. And here, during my residency in Miami, I have been filming, conducting interviews, and exploring different neighborhoods, including Kendall, Alapara, Coral Gables, Little Havana, Broward, Miami Beach, and Homestead. And another area of work that I've developed here is what I call taking the archive of La Memoria de las Frutas out there. So this involves a series of documented interventions that integrate the visual archive of La Memoria de las Frutas into the everyday environments of fruit shops and markets. The idea is to display these photographs of hands representing the fruits that are being remembered, interacting with the actual fruits available for sale. These interventions include two main components. First, this type of signs, similar to those that indicate the prices. And I have some here with me. And the second thing, well, you see, it's like two sides. And the second thing is these stickers. So stickers placed on the fruits, similar to those that indicate the company's brand or the place of origin of the fruit. So you can see them here too, and here those photos were taken in fruit markets in Miami. And the following images are from the installation at the studio in El Espacio 23. I chose to display these photographs printed on acrylic, which allows light to pass through and to project shadows, using this transparent medium, similar to the color slides that I used to document and photograph these interventions. So I moved from projectors or like photographic supports that need projectors to printed to other printed supports. And this is also how in recent exhibitions, this photo, for example, this image again is at El Espacio 23, is how I've showcased the project as a photographic installation. So creating a series of prints on acetate, also exploring transparency and shadows. Initially, I experimented with acetate using overhead projectors, but soon I realized its potential as a medium for printed images. And those are some of the details. And to conclude, I would like to add that the complete project of La Memoria de las Frutas builds a collective narrative about the experiences affecting both people and fruits, while also restoring small personal memories and honoring the fruits in the process. And thank you so much. And now you will receive an envelope. And I invite you to open it. I'm also giving you some of the stickers that I hope you like, and you're also welcome to put them on fruits and just, you know, have them around the markets, or if you wanna give a present to someone and you wanna give a fruit, you can also put a little sticker on it, and then it will become part of the project in a way. So inside this envelope, you will find some of the memories that form the oral heritage collected by La Memoria de las Frutas. And I would like that we share these memories together. So if anyone wants to participate and read aloud, is welcome to do so. And thank you so much for your participation. I also want to say that some participants are here in the room, so thank you so much for coming and to support the project in so many ways. Thank you, participants.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. 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 There we go. You wanted us to read, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. The mango
who
tree.
wants to start?
Oh, hi. Hello. The mango trees, like the house, both are holding on, resisting, and surviving against the developers. The lower branches are drying out, and the tree hardly produces fruit anymore because it doesn't get enough sunlight due to the buildings constructed around it. According to residential code, they should have built at least 50 feet away, but that hasn't been respected.
Thank you. Sabemos quién es.
Can I read it in both Spanish and English, or you prefer that I just do one? Lo leo en ambos lenguajes.
You can read both in Spanish and English, or both, or one or the other.
I want to read it in Spanish, if that's okay, and I can also read it in English. Nosotros cruzamos al US desde México y ahí nos tocó ir a un centro de detención. De comida nos daban solo unos burritos de frijoles sin sal, pero un día pude comer una manzana que me regaló un agente de inmigración a modo de recompensa por un dibujo. La experiencia fue el bocado más jugoso y suculento que recuerdo. En Cuba tenemos una extraña fijación con la manzana porque es lo exótico, y creo que se me mezcló un poco ese deseo con el hambre. Porque después de 6 o 7 días, en una entrevista, un oficial me preguntó qué yo hago, y le digo, I am a visual artist. Me dijo, esto va a demorar. Y me extendió una hoja de papel y me dijo, show me what you can do. We crossed into the US from Mexico, and there we ended up in a detention center. The only food they provided was bland bean burritos. But one day, an immigration officer gave me an apple as a reward for a drawing I made. That experience was the most juicy and delicious bite I remember. In Cuba, we have a strange fixation with apples because they're exotic, and I think that desire mixed with hunger for me. After being there for 6 or 7 days, during an interview, an officer asked me what I do, and I told him, I'm a visual artist. He said, this is gonna take a while. And he handed a piece of paper and said, show me what you can do.
Una vez mi mamá vio a una mujer bajarse de un Mercedes-Benz lujoso, coger unos mangos de nuestra mata, volver a subirse al carro e irse. Once my mom saw a woman get out of a luxury Mercedes-Benz, pick some mangoes from our tree, get back in the car, and drive away. The funny thing is, this has happened to me several times. We do have a beautiful mango tree on an empty lot, and I cannot tell you how many times people come, park, get the mangoes, and just drive away without even asking permission or anything like that. So I can definitely relate to this. Thank you.
Con el aguacate te hacen un pronóstico. Este está bueno para mañana, este está pasado, etc. El contacto con las manos te dice lo que hay en el interior de la fruta. Y tú ves cuando la puntica se cae. Es que el aguacate ya está ready.
I learned that in certain countries, mango trees are considered public, regardless of their location, and anyone can pick the fruit. There was a man from India who wanted to take some mangoes from our tree, and he couldn't understand why we were telling him he couldn't. And I have a story about a similar thing. I was in Athens in May, and I started seeing oranges, like really nice, like mandarins or something, in the floor, in the streets. And I said, oh my God, this must be some sort of voodoo thing here that they have. Because I kept seeing them on the street by the cars. I said, somebody's leaving these. And then I looked up, and there were all these orange trees everywhere, full of oranges, which anybody could pick. But because I come from Miami, I immediately thought it was some sort of voodoo.
Esa mata tenía alrededor una alfombra amarilla de todos los mangos que caían. Cuando el COVID, que estábamos en la casa sin hacer nada, mi mamá y yo cogíamos unas sillas plásticas y un cubo con agua y nos poníamos a pelar mangos. Comenzamos a hacer pulpa para venderla y para que no se echaran a perder y se los comieran los pájaros. That tree was always surrounded by a yellow carpet of fallen mangoes. During COVID, when we were stuck at home with nothing to do, my mom and I would grab some plastic chairs and a bucket of water, and we started peeling mangoes and began making pulp to sell and to prevent the fruit from spoiling or being eaten by the birds.
Todavía queda un pedazo del tronco de la mata de zapote. La mata era espectacular. Estaba entre la casa de mis abuelos y la línea del tren. Eso es en la sagüecera. Tengo muchos recuerdos. Por ejemplo, subirme y mirar todo el vecindario. Una vez también le pusimos un columpio. Me encantaba la mata, pero odio el zapote. No me gusta para comérmelo. There's still a piece of the trunk left from the mamey tree. The tree was spectacular. It stood between my grandparents' house and the train tracks. That's in the southwest. I have so many memories. For example, climbing up and looking out over the whole neighborhood. We even hung a swing from it once. I love the tree, but I hate mamey. I don't like eating it. Like Francine, I have the same experience. We have in my daughter's house a tree of níspero, and it's beautiful, and it's just an amazing, beautiful tree. But we hate the nísperos all over the backyard, and we cannot seem to get rid of them. So you should be thankful. You say, oh, I'm going to give them to you. You should be thankful that the people are stealing your mangoes.
I want to read one about níspero that I have here. It says, a mí el níspero me encanta y no me empalaga nada. Un vecino en el Northwest tenía una mata. Luego mi hermano tuvo 2 matas, pero era difícil que me diera nísperos porque él mismo pasaba trabajo para comerlos. Cada vez que caía uno, los perros iban corriendo primero y eran unas broncas. Dice, I absolutely love níspero and it never feels too sweet for me. A neighbor in the Northwest had a tree. Then my brother had 2 trees, but it was hard for him to get nísperos because he struggled to eat them himself. Every time one fell, the dogs would rush over first, and it would turn into a big fight. Anyone else?
When ripening, the fruit turns from green to shade of yellow, orange, and red. You can tell that ackee is ripe when it naturally split open to reveal aerials, or edible pale yellow parts. The aerials have hard, dark seeds. If it remains closed, it's poisonous. Ackee is the national fruit of Jamaica, but the fresh fruit is banned in the US.
Hay cosas que tú cuentas y no se pueden creer, que si no hay cajas o que si falta el transporte o el combustible, pero al final lo mismo. Los cultivos se pudren y los mercados del estado están desabastecidos. Y a los campesinos, ¿quién les paga los mangos que se pudrieron? There are things you hear that are hard to believe, whether it's that there are no boxes, a lack of transportation, or fuel shortage. It all boils down to the same issue. The crops rot, and the state markets are understocked. And who compensates the farmers for the mangoes that went to waste?
Esta última temporada de mango me atiborré. This past mango season, I stuffed myself.
Where I was born, we had a mango tree, a pomegranate tree, and a soursop tree in the yard. It's amazing how life has shown me the importance of those trees, because now that I've migrated, I realize their true value, their benefits for life and health. I love soursop, but I've hardly eaten it anymore. As for pomegranate, what can I say? Eating a pomegranate here is incredibly expensive. It's an amazing antioxidant, and I think to myself, why has my family lived for so long? I'd say that my grandmother, aunt, and parents' vitality is connected to that.
The most overwhelming thing is going to El Palacio de los Jugos. It's a strange feeling because by itself, everything feels familiar to me, but I've never seen all those fruits together in my entire life. I usually order passion fruit juice because it was extremely rare in Cuba. And even though that juice contains the same crazy amount of sugar as the other juices, its acidity makes the sweetness seem less intense.
Thank you. I also, you can keep reading, but also I'd like to add, if you have any questions, also this we can open the conversation. So, reading, sharing memories, and also maybe sharing something about the project. Also, it's welcome, as we are running out of time. But please keep on reading because this is so beautiful. Thank you so much.
Uno siempre quería comer fruta de importación. Finalmente que estoy aquí, voy a comer mucha uva, fresa y otras que nunca había comido. Tengo al alcance todas las frutas que siempre deseé, pero cuando lo inalcanzable pasa a ser algo familiar, se invierte el deseo.
Yeah, for me, I would like to share memories about the stickers on the apple. When I was young, I love apple, so I eat all the time the apple, and I get the stickers and stick under the table in my kitchen. And I have a huge collection, a really huge collection. And when I was 14, my mother was really sick, so we need someone to help us. And this person cleaned the table. So she's deleted all the stickers. So yeah, love your project.
I'll read the next one because I think it's kind of connected to what you were just saying. Relationships with family and so on. In Spanish first. Tuve un accidente y en esos 2 meses de baja pude estar tiempo con mi mamá. Ella me tuvo que cuidar y hacer todo porque no podía moverme. Esa reconexión con ella también me hizo conectar con muchos sabores olvidados por el tiempo que uno lleva aquí. Y lo más importante fue la fruta. In English. I had an accident, and during those 2 months, I was able to spend time with my mom. She had to take care of me and do everything because I couldn't move. That reconnection with her also made me reconnect with many forgotten flavors over time. And the most important thing was the fruit.
Hola Claudia, un placer estar aquí contigo, con todos ustedes. Quería saber, I wanted to know if through the progress of this project, if you have discovered or if the project has evolved far from what its original intention was. Do you have, is there anything additional to the project that you have found to want to add as additional layers to the original idea?
Well, I think the original intention has stayed the same, and also the core of the project, the use of these 2 elements, just the hands and the memories, the oral memories, it's what I still produce when I produce like a new chapter of the project. This is what I do, collecting, and I like enlarging this archive. But of course, the project has taken me to know far more than what I thought I knew or I could imagine. And I think that from what you've seen, there's like a huge diversity of memories, or also sometimes people are frustrated, sometimes people remember things from like a very nostalgic sort of feeling, but then some other memories, they come from their own experience regarding some of the things that are surrounding them in life. And also they talk a lot about the place where we are doing the interview, or where the place where they are coming from, if they have migrated. So all those things together, had given me like many other, like let's say the intention was always the same, but the thing is that I found a way of talking about more and more issues throughout what people are giving me. Because the question is always the same question. Just, do you wanna talk about fruits? And people share what they have, and we all have a body memory, and we all have some sort of memory. Even people that share, oh, I don't like fruits, I don't eat fruits. That, for me, that's super powerful, and that's also part of the project, because it tells you something about our society. So that's also included.
It's reflected in the stories that we hear, but it's great to hear the sort of your collective memory of everything that everybody has told you, and how you have sort of dissected all that. It's a very melancholic project, but it is also a very strong awareness project, as far as also realizing that we are losing our memories of fruits that are no longer available to us, but that stay in our memories. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Claudia. We are on time. That is a beautiful project.
1 second.
Yes, please, and remember that Claudia brought some of the books that she has been creating, so you also are free to go and speak with her and see some of her work. So now I would like to announce that we are going to have a little change in the program. We are going to continue with the presentation of Mariko Takeuchi, and later we are going to follow with the conversation camera, geological, photography, ecology, and materiality. We are not going to have the break because we are getting ready for a performance that we are going to have by the late of this afternoon. So we are going to have a 25 minutes break after this, after the presentation of Candice Jansen, preparing for this special performance and closing remarks. But for now, I would like to introduce Mariko Takeuchi, the head of art studies at Kyoto University of the Arts. She is a writer, curator, and professor. She received a Fulbright grant for research and photography education in the US. She has curated the Spotlight on Japan at Paris Photo, and co-curated I Am So Happy You Are Here, Japanese Women Photographers from the 1950s to Now, an exhibition and publication that was recently published and presented this year in Arts Festival. And her publications include Silence and Image, essays on Japanese photographers, among many others. So welcome, Mariko.
Thank you, Adeline, for your wonderful introduction. Thank you. And hello, everyone. I'm Mariko Takeuchi. So just sitting here yesterday, I was very inspired by all the wonderful presentations, but also I was so moved by this atmosphere, very open and accepting atmosphere. So Adelaide and all the people who worked so hard, I really thank you for making this happen. So today, I would like to talk about the possibilities of the genre-bending nature of photography, both from the perspective of an exhibition on Japanese women photographers that I was involved in as co-curator, and from the perspective of an educational program that I've been running for 15 years. So first of all, what do you imagine when you hear the term Japanese photography? So in 1974, exactly a half century ago, the exhibition New Japanese Photography was held at MoMA in New York, curated by John Strakowski and Shoji Yamagishi. It was a landmark exhibition that featured 15 photographers, including Moriyama, Tomatsu, and Hosoe. Another example, the Japanese Photographer series, published in 1997, was a high-quality and useful resource that introduced 40 outstanding photographers, one book per person. But these two share a common flaw, as you guess. But everyone here is a man. Where are the women? Of course, there have been many women photographers in Japan. However, reflecting the nature of the stark gender disparity in society, the Japanese photographic world has long been male-dominated. As a result, for a long time, many women did not receive due recognition and were forced to either continue working in isolation or give up on their careers. I'm one of those women who have suffered from the gender gap in this country. It took me a very long time to free myself from the misogyny that I had unconsciously received from my surroundings. Fortunately, after years of research and collaboration, the book was published by Aperture this summer, as you see. It was edited by Pauline Vermaele and Leslie Martin. A French version has also been published. I was involved in this project almost from the beginning, and it was truly exciting experience to work with an international team on this project. The title is a quote from the Rinko Kawauchi's poem, As Words of Affirmation for All. It includes not only the portfolios of 20 artists, but also texts and bibliographies by several contributors, including myself, covering more than 80 women photographers. I saw 3 copies of the book in the bookstore yesterday, here. So if you're interested, please pick one up. So to coincide with this publication, we co-curated a traveling exhibition that premiered at the Rencontre d'Arles in France this summer. It is a large-scale exhibition featuring 26 Japanese women photographers. It's the first time that such a large-scale exhibition of Japanese women photographers has been held in Japan and abroad. It is now traveling, and we can still coordinate the US venues. So any interested curators are encouraged to contact me or Aperture. This exhibition featured about 135 works in a variety of approaches, including installation, collage, and video. A number of photo books were also on view. The works cover a wide range of themes, including memory, the body, everyday life, and gender. Each of them has her own unique approach and does not always follow the trends of her contemporaries. Ironically, their situation as women, which makes it difficult for them to be in the mainstream of the photographic world, has allowed them to distance themselves from certain things and look at the situation from a different angle. This reinforced the experimental spirit of distancing themselves from the existing values of photography and questioning the way it should be. Therefore, I'd like to present here the works of 4 of the artists in this exhibition who, while starting out in photography, have deviated and leaped into other forms of expression with a bold spirit of experimentation. Such approach is often difficult to achieve full recognition from both the photography and art worlds. First is Miwa Yanagi. She's born 4 staged photographs of women being consumed by Japanese society and the themes of female, youth, and aging, and represented the Japanese pavilion at the 2009 Venice Biennale. Later, her work began to be presented at theater itself, transcending photography. The ultimate example of this is Nichiren no Tsubasa, Wings of Nichiren, based on a novel by Kenji Nakagami. The story of a group of elderly wandering women was performed outdoors in specially constructed stage trailers throughout Japan. As you see, the theatricality of her photographs went beyond photography and into the urban space. Second, Rieko Shiga is a photographer who has ritually pursued images of life and death based on the memories of others. Recent years, her exhibitions have been characterized by bold attempts to physically experience photography. In the exhibition Rasen Kaigan, held the year after the Great East Japan earthquake in 2011, which she barely survived, some 240 large photographs were installed in a swirling vortex, and viewers were invited to wander among them. In her exhibition titled Blind Date, 21 projectors made a loud noise as they projected multiple photographs into a huge dark room that felt like a womb. There was also a hallway with only huge amounts of her words and a small room with the real heartbeats of her womb in the background. These two strongly shake the physical sense of the audience. And the third, Yurie Nagashima. She is a photographer who has explored family and womanhood from many angles. Here she has focused on the needlework as women's shadow work, building tents and toplins in collaboration with her mother and other known artist women, and combining them with her photographs in installations. She was also one of those involved in what was derogatorily called girly photography, when the number of young women taking photographs in Japan increased in the 1990s. And about a quarter of a century later, she wrote an excellent book that thoroughly analyzes the discourse of the time from a feminist perspective. So using photography as a starting point, each of these 3 artists delves deeply into themes surrounding the roots of human life, the difficulties of living as a woman, the importance of listening to the memories of others, encounters with repeated history, and so on. In this way, they are truly dissident women in the sense that they have deviated from the existing framework of photography. Why is that photography is a starting point for their extremely diverse range of expression? Nowadays, photographs can be created without taking them through generative AI, and anyone can easily take photos with a smartphone, even without a camera. But actually, the creation of photographic works involves a very complex process that includes developing, photographing, editing, printing, and processing. Through this process, the artist is forced to make many decisions to stop and think. I believe that this process is what leads people to their own unique way of seeing the world and expressing themselves. What I have described here coincides with my focus on photographic education. So I would like to give you a brief introduction to the educational program I've been running in Kyoto, at Kyoto University of the Arts since 2011. While critically examining photography education in Japan, and after my research on American photography education with my full background, I created a new program with the following 3 characteristics. Positioning photography as a starting point rather than a destination. Valuing the process, thinking skills, and flexibility rather than the result. Focusing on installation and presentation of work. As a result, the program attracts many students, and our graduates are not only so-called photographers, but also very active in a variety of other fields. I show you some examples. A critique by Yuri and Nagashima on the left at the degree show. Students' booth at TSU Book Fair. At our recent midterm critic, a prototype by Ririka Miyazawa, photo projected on the far. Installation by Momo Nakagawa, graduate student, on the theme of, difficult to pronounce, mixomancy. Does that make sense? And video work by Misaki Takayama, reading out various texts on mouth and teeth. That is heart trauma. Video installation by Ami Hattori about prayers in Nagasaki. Installation by our graduate, Chotoyo, about the kind of aggressiveness of masks. Kenryogu with a large digital weaving works. This is his solo show at the 21st Century Museum of Contemporary Art. So as the program got off the ground to some extent, I realized as director that each faculty member, as an artist, was confined within his or her own specialty. While this is necessary to some extent, of course, as long as they are involved in interdisciplinary education, I thought it was necessary for them to go beyond their own framework as artists and take on such challenges, which would also help to revitalize the education. Therefore, I designed some classes that combine artists with different specialties to try new creations for themselves and to involve students. The most successful example of this effort is a collaboration between photographer Yuki Tawada and ceramic artist Fuku Kumoto. They have been working together ever since. With other faculties, the experimental exhibitions have grown out of the classroom. I show you some. So, Yuki Tawada, as I just mentioned, is the last one of the 4 artists I will show you from the exhibition today. She's originally known for her photographic works, in which photographic paper is scratched or burned to evoke invisible memories. This is family portraits. And this is a collaboration with her mother. And this is the installation shot in Arles. Lacrimatry in the front vitrine, as you see, is a workshop-based work. In ancient Rome, when somebody died, they made a teardrop jar called lacrimatry, and buried them together. In her workshop, each participant is asked to bring a photo that they would like to burn for any reason, and the photo is burned in front of them. After watching it burn, each participant will make their own lacrimatory, which is glazed with photo ash. In other words, what you see here are photographs transformed into something completely different by the heat of 1200 degrees Celsius, and each person's untold memories and emotions. In education, I believe that the discovery and learning will be completely different depending on how much of a flexible and dialogical environment is provided and how far they are allowed to go. I believe that looking at photography as a medium with such cross-genre possibilities will free us from stereotypes and lead us to creative adventure. So this is not a solution to all of the problems of photography education, but I would be happy if I could shed some light on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mariko. I mean, I love that presentation. Too many artists new artists to learn more about them. And I love the level of experimentation and how pushing the limits of photography. I totally agree with the idea of interdisciplinarity and using photography as a medium and as process more than as a result. So now we are going to continue with the conversation Camera Geological, Photography, Ecology, and Materiality. I will invite to join me Hien Huang, Rosel Meseguer, and Kosisochuku Neve, along with Siobhan Angus. Welcome.
Thank you, Aldeide, for the introduction and for bringing us all together. Thanks as well to Amanda and the rest of the team. I know it's an incredible amount of care and labor that goes into pulling something like this together. So the panel today turns to questions of photography, ecology, and materiality. We will hear from 3 artists who are reconsidering photography's function and role in the context of ecology and ecological crisis. Importantly, they also do important tracing work between environmental damage and colonization, extractivism, capitalism, and labor. Each of the panelists asks how photography can be a tool to enact critique or reveal new ways of approaching these problems anew. Through their practices, we get a sense of photography as a medium with an inherently critical potential, one that might be poised to help us reflect on the conditions that have brought it into being. They suggest that photographs might teach us how to see differently, to understand the complex legacies of the past, that they are a powerful means to illuminate and potentially attempt to redress ecological catastrophe in the present. The title of my panel, Camera Geologica, comes from my recent book, which explores photography's mineral history. When we think about photography, we often think about light. It's in the name. And light has a number of associations that shape our standard understandings of photography. These metaphors of unmediated transparency, the window, the mirror, the lens. We also get this sort of autogenic conception, the idea of a medium that generates itself, erasing the hand of labor. Ideas of photographic truth often rest on a conception of light as a force that illuminates and clarifies the world around us, though light just as often distorts and obscures. And beneath all of this is a fantasy of weightlessness, a promise of transcending the limits and expenses of matter, limits to growth, and the attendant histories of labor. But light is only part of the story. It's the interaction of light with metals that makes photography possible. Accordingly, Camera Geologica shifts the focus from light to metals to consider the histories of labor and environment that underpin the photographic object. Because vast amounts of earthly materials have to be dredged up to make photography seem weightless. So at the root of my book is a simple premise. Photography begins underground, and in images of mines and mining, frequently returns there. I'm going to give a somewhat truncated introduction because we're running a bit low on time. But I want to begin with this photograph by Carlton Watkins of hydraulic mining in California. Hydraulic mining is a form of water mining that's especially environmentally damaging. But I also want to begin here because this visually striking photograph of the processes of mining also tells us something about the materiality of the print. The metals used in photography, silver, gold, and mercury, were mined in Malakoff diggings. So ecosystems like Malakoff diggings provided the raw materials for photography, establishing an essential link between photography and mining. Indeed, by the 20th century, photographic industries consumed over 20% of silver produced worldwide. This is a fabulous image from Kodak of their famous silver vault. By the 1950s, Kodak alone was using 2 tons of silver per day, a number that would continue to increase until 1999, when the demand for silver in photography peaked. But here, they remind us that silver bullion and the film negative are the same substance, pure metallic silver. In doing so, they also wrap photography as an industry in the glamour of the precious metal. But different materials have been extracted from the earth at various points in photography's history to facilitate image making. And as we'll learn today, metals and minerals are not the only materials used. As Kodak summarized, film is animal, vegetable, and mineral. Plant fibers like cotton and linen form the basis of photographic paper. The gelatin in film stock came from the skin, bones, and connective tissue of cattle, sheep, and pigs. In addition to the extensive use of organic materials, photography is also synthetic, tracking the rise of the chemicals industry in the late 19th century. Perhaps most importantly, photographic film was one of the earliest applications of plastic. So the material realities of production undermine many of the stories photography likes to tell about itself, whether it's ease, its lack of mediation, or its non-organic technological sophistication. Photography has long been invested in appearing immaterial, a lightness, pure vision, unchained from the earthly work of production and reproduction. But if we shift the focus from light to the various materials in the process, the histories of labor and environment that underpin the photographic object come into view, highlighting the connective tissue between geology, raw materials, labor, empire, colonization, and art. So I've briefly outlined photography as material enmeshment and extraction, but I also want to make a case for photography as a tool of change, which again, we'll see in these examples today. Today, we're thinking about how we write photography's histories, and this panel proposes that asking a different set of questions related to production and materiality allows the political histories of the social life of photography to return to the center of the frame. And understanding these histories is significant because the visual has long been a critical site for constructing meaning and making sense of the world, and as a result, a fundamental step towards changing it. The artist projects we'll hear about propose a mode of critical spectatorship that generates questions about how extraction, mining, technology, and colonization have made our world, but also how these processes are historically contingent choices based on what society has chosen to value. Given that the science on climate change is clear, and yet political change has been lethally slow, it's evident that we need new narratives, new stories, and new ways of seeing. And this is what artists do. They can transform how we see our world, helping all of us take the many actions we need to remake it into a world worth living in for everyone. So at this point, I'm going to pass it over to our first speaker, Rosal.
Thank you. Thanks, Aldeide, for the invitation. I'm Rosal Meseguer. I'm a visual artist. I'm a researcher also. I work in the University of Madrid, Complutense, and also I teach in Foto España. I'm also part of a platform called Como Ser Fotógrafa. It's a female photographers platform that was funded by Marta Soul. So thanks again for your invitation. As an artist, I've been working on long-term projects since 1999, and I've had to list some of these projects. Regarding the archive, I work putting in dialogue a theoretical research with the materials that will be used to show the idea. My first project was Batería de Cenizas, Metodología de la Defensa, or the Bunker Project, that has been developed since 1999 when I was in the university. It talks about the icon of the bunker and how this icon has been repeated all over the world. The project began with a research on military architecture on 3 stages: the Spanish Civil War, the icon of the bunker, and how these shapes were repeated as part of the colonization, and finally, the Cold War, the last bunker. The project was first exhibited in a group show in the Photographers Gallery in London, thanks to the curator, Lisa Lefebvre. It was focused on the idea of how these places took so much effort, so much materials, and so much time, and how they were abandoned because they became useless. Here you can see some images of different displays. This is in Mirvo Foundation in Mallorca, and you can see the showcase. It has little stones that I've been taken with geologists from these bunkers. So that will be a lot to do with the dialogue we're going to have now. In this project, the archive will be part of that research, exhibited in showcases of being part of an artist's books. This is one of the last projects in Düsseldorf. This is a bunker from the Second World War. It's a building, and now it's a contemporary art space. This way of working with the archive changed while working on the project Tránsitos del Mediterráneo al Pacífico, a construction of archive of past and present times from the south of Europe, Portugal and Spain, in dialogue with South America, Chile, Bolivia, and Peru. An archive on relations between industry, economy, between past inactive saltpeter mines and present active mines. A story about industry and its ability to change politics, society, and landscape. In the installation of the archive, we can see the relation between documentation from the past, as press cuttings or photos, we see that before, and the display of contemporary materials that will take and will talk about the same subjects. How mining structure were spread and will be repeated in both cells. In one of my visits to Sewell, El Teniente, a mine in Chile, I found books on mining technology made with blueprints. So that gave me the chance to work with alternative photographic processes that have been the topic of my thesis. This is one of these books. I collected from South Europe and South America plants capable of growing in areas where there had been a high level of extraction. This is a book. It was epileptic. First saw it in Medellin, and from the parts that I considered that they were wrong, I just made this book. So its scale is the same scale of the plant. Here there's a small detail, you can see it. This is a seawall photo. This is the mine, showed with a mirror in dialogue between extractive resources and how the materials are used in our daily life. So that was before. I kept on working with the archive as a research and as a final art piece. Fascinated by Cold War and propaganda issues, I developed an unusual archive, installation, photography collection, and 3D light installation called OVNI Archive. OVNI means UFO in Spanish. An investigation into how Cold War issues still endure today: espionage, oil crisis, atomic energy, space race, and the search of extraterrestrial life. That was a bunker that was built during the Cold War in Brazil, and that's some of the displays. The project has been showed in places such as Foto España, Matadero Madrid, so you can see the archive and the final pieces. So I really wanted the public to know how all these final works come from. This is in Galerie im Taxispalais, that's Innsbruck in Austria, and that's me in Ulites here in Miami, where also this project was developed a few years ago. That's working with New Herald press. I love working with press, it's very useful. In 2017, I was awarded a Botín Foundation scholarship to continue with the project Rare Earths, Tierras Raras, on the basis of the war deeply linked to mineral colonization. Rare Earth project has sought to expand the geological reading on the subject and the problems derived from it: technology, economy, ecology, and society, from a publication that you already seen and will be in the exhibition we have in tomorrow. We have in tomorrow an opening at the Day Public Miami Library. An installation of the creative process, a pictorial, polyptych, and various works with photography or video. The initial piece is a vademecum, a dictionary, dedicated to all the elements of the periodic table in dialogue with everyday objects. As an artist, what I did was I made a dictionary in a very technical way, but also with an artistic view. So I will put in dialogue each element with some of my works, with other artists' works, with elements from their studios. So it's just incredible how all these elements are everywhere. And as Siobhan said before, this project has been showed in different places. This one is in Sala Verónicas in Murcia. This is southeast of Spain. And we can see here a showcase. On the left side, I'm going to read, in the showcase, I work on a dialogue between archaeological pieces, such as Roman anchor. You can see it at the left side. At the middle right side, you can see the Roman projectiles that were used for war. And you have at the right side a lead ingot. So I make a relationship between all these archaeological materials with my photos of the bunkers as a way of understanding the use of mineral resources in industry or in the military throughout history. That's also an image from Sala Verónicas in Murcia. Those are three images of 3 videos. At the left is Chuquicamata, which is a huge copper mine up in the north of Chile. In front is Salpetre mines, also in Chile and Bolivia. And at the right in Sweden, it's Kiruna. It's a huge mine, and it has a lot to do with Chuquicamata. So it's the south-south and the north-north. Because these two mining places, because the mine was so huge, they have to move the town, or the town was abandoned by the people who were living there. That's also Sala Verónicas. You can see just right in the front, it was an old church. All the materials, it's like a huge piece of paper with photographic emulsion and paintings, and each paper represents a resource that can be taken from this area. So it comes from salt until it can be also lead, copper, mercury, etc. So it can be non-metallic or metallic resources. To sum up, I would love to show you how I have worked with the idea of metallic and non-metallic resources in Latin America. This is an image of the project I did for Bienal de Cuenca in Ecuador. And those are some books. This is from Celestino. It was a very important botanic. As well as how the archive has been part of my artist books in dialogue with books from the Lázaro Galdiano collection. So I'm going to show you now some books. This is an important book we were talking about with Siobhan and the rest of the artists. It's considered the first book on mining. It was written in 1606 by Georg Agricola. He was a German, and it's written in Latin, but it's wonderful. And this collection in Madrid, they have it. So I proposed them to have a dialogue with my artist books and the books of the collection, and I didn't know they have these books. I was very happy. It's called The Re Metallica, which I think is a beautiful name too. And you'll see there like blueprints, color types, and also some painting books representing different elements from the periodic table. This is also part of that exhibition, talking about how flora and fauna will be related to these mining processes. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to start off by saying two things. A huge thank you to WOPHA for inviting me initially to be an artist in residence this past March. Thank you to Aldede and Amanda for all of your work, which we get to witness and be part of today. And I said this before, but so incredibly proud of you and grateful for how much you contribute and how invested you are in building a community. And I'm grateful to be a part of that. The second thing I'd like to say is, despite how many talks you give, I still get nervous. And I like to say that initially, so if you hear my voice wobble or anything, it is part of life. So today I'd like to speak about my approach to photography as someone who is a self-taught artist and a conceptual artist. And so I tend to use photography in a way that is perhaps a little bit different from how you would approach it, probably with a lot more reverence than how I do if you were trained in photography professionally. I instead use photography as material and also as a way of reorienting ourselves in space. And I do this because within my art practice, I'm very much guided by a focus on theory. And a theory that has been very influential within my practice is that of feminist standpoint theory, which essentially says that your positionality within society is what dictates what it is that you're able to see and what remains invisible to you. So I'll briefly show photos of old works that kind of show how I engage with this theory within my practice before speaking about the project I worked on with WOPHA, and that I'll be spending a little bit more time talking about at the end of the presentation and through the conversation. And so one of the works that I made in 2019 was really playing with photography as material. And so what you had was an installation that featured cutouts of my body printed on acrylic, such that it cast these very lifelike shadows with the use of a light bulb that became larger than life. And with this, what I was trying to do was to recreate a moment in a book by Frantz Fanon where he describes the process of racialization as this process of the Black body being almost blown apart, being torn apart, and it's this way of speaking to the violence of racialization. And so I wanted to be able to communicate that in a way that allowed the viewer to actually interweave between these fragments of my body, and at the same time, these fragments again turning into something totally different through the shadows that they cast. And so I was interested in how you could have two realities that coexisted, one in terms of this kind of representation and mimicry of my body, and then another one which is this further mimicry of that mimicry, which was the shadows that were cast on the wall. And those shadows kind of represented this expansiveness of what Blackness was. And those shadows could again be cast on the viewers themselves, in a way implicating them within this moment of racialization. Sorry, oh, okay. How do I go back? Okay. And this was based on work that I had done previously in 2015, which I had worked on using just drawing. And so for me, the ability to move towards photography was this desire to really be able to play with this direct representation that photography represents, but at the same time try and fictionalize that in a way of kind of pushing boundaries of how we understand representation and how it implicates us. Another example that I'll touch on really briefly is another component of that same installation in 2019, where there's actually a photographic self-portrait of me that is hidden within this installation. And the installation can only be fully experienced from one position within the entire gallery. So again, going back to this feminist standpoint theory, and the only position from which you can experience the installation is from atop this podium. And this podium, unbeknownst to the audience, is actually fashioned after a slave auction block. And so essentially what I'm saying is that for you to experience, for you to see, you need to put yourself within, or imagine putting yourself in a position of total objectification, of dehumanization, in order to find these hidden images that can only be seen looking through these red plexiglass sheets. I don't know why I was missing that word. These sheets of red plexiglass. And so the way that the installation is then actually experienced is by, again, putting yourself directly in that position, looking through it, and then the images that are hidden reveal themselves. Here, photography comes into play because the same images that I had photographed of my body are now repieced together, the fragments are repieced back together in a way that shows a self-portrait. So of course, all of this is photography. It's playing with color theory, I believe, in order to like hide the image. And also this kind of form of self-portraiture where I am reimagining myself as a Nancy, the trickster spider. And so here again, I'm playing with photography, but in ways that really challenge how we think of it and really bring in this element of spatiality, which continues in the next project, which adds an additional element of materiality and playing with different photographic processes. And so here I'm really interested in this idea of archives and how we can challenge the archive, what an archive constitutes, in a way that opens us up to alternative and really, what's the word I'm looking for now? Oppressed kind of understandings of history that are suppressed. And so instead of an archive that kind of inherently has this notion of power embedded within it in terms of access, in terms of who decides what is recorded, I play with counter archives that are commonplace objects that also contain histories that speak to the layers of colonial extraction and the ways that it has shaped the world that we live in now. And the archive that I chose to turn to and create is one that allows for a kind of palimpsest, which is this idea of these layers being written on top of one another in such a way that you can't extricate them. At least that's how I understand it with this particular work. And so here what I'm doing is that I'm using a process, an alternative photographic process called chlorophyll printing, in order to actually print images on banana leaves. This work stems from a residency I did in Jamaica last year, where I knew I wanted to play around with chlorophyll printing. Within my practice, I turned to food in particular as a counter archive, and the banana leaf was the one that gave me the best results. And so I knew I could make these prints on banana leaves, and what was left then was to understand why it mattered. And so I ended up spending a lot of time doing research and trying to understand the history of bananas and what it can teach us about how we came to be here, what connects us, and so on. And I wanted to start that kind of examination in Jamaica. And so the image that you have here is actually a portrait of a descendant of maroon communities in Jamaica. And I have printed his image on a banana leaf as a way of kind of cementing that relationship to the natural environment. But wanting to extend that further, I knew that I wanted to expand beyond that particular starting point and go back to the archive in order to really transform the banana leaf into an archival document in and of itself. And so the banana is a plant that has a centuries, like thousands-year-long history that really teaches us a lot about how the world that we live in has actually really been shaped. And so the banana is a plant that originates in Southeast Asia, travels to the African continent, where African communities also contribute to developing agricultural knowledge around it, and also kind of breeding particular varieties. And from there, the banana plant travels to the quote-unquote New World, to the Caribbean and South America as part of the transatlantic slave trade brought over by the Portuguese. And so I wanted to showcase this history and also kind of open it up to other realities that are with us today. And I wanted to do that in a way that kind of allowed for a reorientation, not only of our relationship to the plant itself and to the natural environment, but also a reorientation of our understanding of geography and what separates and divides us. And so the installation that I ended up creating is one that recreates a banana plantation. In this case, it's 3 different banana plants that are created using these steel structures. And the banana leaves that you saw previously are encased in between sheets of acrylic in such a way that in order to actually view the banana leaf, you have to actually go underneath the plant itself or the sculptural representation of the plant in order for the actual images to be revealed. And so this short video shows you what that experience is like. I don't know if it's playing. And so this is what that experience is like. So again, it's this idea of a particular kind of standpoint and a particular positionality that allows you to fully experience the installation. And in this case, I wanted to create it in such a way that you are forced to look up at the banana plant itself in such a way that you're reminded of your place within the natural environment. I think a lot of what, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to talk about this a little bit more during the discussion, but I think a lot of what the process itself reveals is this desire on the part of mankind or humanity to leave a trace on the environment. And that is what the chlorophyll print is. And it's this constant kind of fight of humanity wanting to leave that permanent trace on something that is actually so much bigger than us. And so I wanted to use the leaf itself as a way of communicating this entanglement that we have with nature and this ongoing kind of battle of wanting to control it, of wanting to look down on it, and instead remind us that we must always look up to it, and that the plant itself bears the traces, but these prints naturally are ephemeral and will fade over time. And so it's, again, this kind of push and pull of wanting to make nature do something while at the same time contending with the realities of natural cycles. And so the Sorry, I'll finish now, don't worry. And so those are the elements that allow you to experience that, and hopefully I can talk a little bit more later. Thank you. Well, amazing presentation and amazing work. I feel like, yeah, our work definitely touched some points together. Yeah, once again, thank you, Adaira, for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here. Thanks, everyone, for staying here with us. So let me start. How do I start? I just click on. Yeah, so yeah, I'm here, and I'm an artist from Vietnam, but I'm based in Hamburg in Germany, and my practice has been quite interdisciplinary. So today I want to, So today I want to talk to you about what has been in my head recently. It's all about the vulnerability, the fragility of our body, and also like in terms to look at that with how vulnerable the trees and nature around us is, and of course like how we are dependent more on the technology to understand nature. Yeah, so let's start with the body and fragility. So as I think it's something very close to me, because as an Vietnamese living in Germany, it's kind of very natural for me to question how my body and how my identity as Asian is presented in the Western gaze. And my work from that point, I've been inspired a lot by reading on Frantz Fanon about his notion about the immigrant body, but also to observe my aunt, who was a contract worker in the East Germany in the 80s. And it was clear for me that her mind, her reality, which she built up about her life in East Germany at that time, is completely different from the reality from what I've been researched. And I think that the body as a vessel, as a bridge a bridge between the reality and our mind is something which can be very fragile and can be distorted. So this is a performance work made in rice, which I use food as in different ways here as a means to cover the body, like to make, like a way to erase the identity, erase the presence. Is a reflection to how my aunt and her generation of immigrants has been trying to live a very quiet life with not to causing any problem with the authority. So the fact that the suffocating produced by the rice papers, which is something that I really want to use this image to talk about. And it's resulted in different installation format, which I combine both the video work, the performance work, but also with the collected letters, which I found from my aunt, which she sent home, and artworks. So coming to the next point, I want from that, for me, it was clear that the body can be something very fragile, and it's been. I've been thinking a lot about how trees can also be vulnerable to. This is an image from the Yagi storm months ago in Vietnam, in North Vietnam, and after just one day, more than 2,500 trees fell down in Hanoi, in my hometown. And I think that when you look at this picture, and at some point you will see, yes, trees can be very risky for human living in the cities. You see the damage on the car, on the human properties, but it's just to shift the perspective on the other way. You see that a body which will destroy and suffer. So I think it's also like what I borrow from a biologist who I've been working with, that he said that like it's better to look at the trees at vulnerable subjects other than risk exposing subjects in the city. And that's how I've been coming to
thinking about the suffering of trees, of nature. And here I want to show you a commercial. And it's about a very special type of wood. It's agar wood, and it was born from deep inside a kind of tree, which is a subject of my project, my research very recently. And this wood is supposed to smell very nice, and here we go. I hope that it can be played. So you see a very glimpse of the wood in the background. Yeah, it's Tomford wood, O-U-D, and I think it costs around like 300 or something, and it's a very high salt types of fragrance, symboling for masculinity. And if you search about that more about wood and agar wood perfume, you can see that all the reviewer, how they're wearing sui and wearing watches and representing that if you wear this perfume, this fragrance, you're gonna be very manly, and it's the symbol of high society and wealth. So what interested me is that the object, the agar wood, what you saw like in the background of that commercial, and agar wood is, like I said, is something born from the inside of a tree, but actually it's born from the suffering of that tree. And here you can see this is the body of an Aquilaria tree, the parent tree of agar wood. And here you can see that when the tree got hurt, it's going to produce substance to heal its wound. And after a constant fight, like as our body, we're trying to heal the wound. And after a while, I think like 10 years, that wound gonna get darkened, and that wood is actually agar wood. So here in the plantation, as you can see in this image, as people can wait for that tree to suffering for 10 years, they drill inside the tree and putting substance to make the to keep the trees on the verge of between dying and living. Like if the tree dies, there's no agar wood. If the tree is too healthy, there's no agar wood. So you have to keep that tree suffering for years. And for me, this resonated a lot to these images. It's a body of terror, body of suffering, and how we here like project our dream of salvation, a dream of healing to that. So agar wood, it surprisingly smells very nice and warm, and because it's so rare, it comes from the inside of the tree. So it's very expensive, and it's always be seen in very different cultures as an object for healing, like a key to paradise. And it was a very surprise moment for me when I found out that in the New Testament, after the crucifixion, Jesus' body was put on with agar wood. So that means that this would not only be consumed and traded in Asia, in Vietnam, in China, in Japan, but also like across the earth, also in the West. Yeah. And one of my interests was like, I want to see that pain. I want to see how that suffering forms inside the tree. Basically, like we can see that with our eyes. So computer tomography, it seemed like a natural thing for me to see that pain, to see how the wood from the inside was formed. And
in the New Testament, after the crucifixion,
yeah, this is a short recap of the project.
Brought a mixture of spices, including agar wood, to anoint Jesus' body. This act symbolizes a noble tribute to royalty, highlighting the esteemed spiritual significance of agar wood. Growing up, I was captivated by the stories my father, a carpenter, shared about agar wood. Its allure, steeped in tales of pain, suffering, and desire, left an indelible impression on me. As I delved into my preliminary research, I discovered that agar wood transcends mere symbolism for royalty and high society. It serves as a conduit for spiritual redemption. The warm, heavenly scent emitted by agar wood is believed to possess healing properties, evoking a profound sense of reverence and awe. In pursuit of understanding agarwood's essence, I embarked on a journey to visualize its pain and transformation. Utilizing CT scan technology, provided by esteemed partners such as Biomechanics, Institute TU Harburg Hamburg, Hatin Clinics in Vietnam, Technology Institute Vietnam, I delved deep into the heart of the trees.
So yes, I just skip that a little bit, but I think we saw quite. So yeah, I mean, I want to see the hidden pain of the tree, so I use computer tomography, and then I want to know, can that wood really heal my soul? What would I feel when I consume that agarwood? So I put EEG on my head and try to inhale the wood, which shows that my brain functions quite normally, but there's no signal if agarwood could have any impact. So I think for me, the act of going to the point to use technology, to use different approach, is that for me, it's just to highlight how we are as humans so limited in a way for us to understand nature, to understand the suffering here in this point of the tree, and we have to use, or I have to use technology, which at the same to understand that, try to understand that, but at the same time, it's not always give me back the result. So that is the voice sent from heaven, so it's resulted in 3 films which I embrace on performance, on documentary approach, and also scientific experiment. And I also bring that back to a landscape. That here is an installation where I show the project in a garden, a city park in Hamburg, and creating a user's garden, use the park as a whole body, and to put the stories of pain, of suffering of the nature in. Is this the video playing? Yes. So this is how it looked like. This is 3 different videos, and my dream is that I just want that images, the stories to stretch between the trees and to let people walk in the night. It was very cold in Hamburg, but and to be somehow in that space, to be inside the trees, which is also what I've been doing now, like to imagine how the tree would remember about us. I feel like we have trees around us, and I've been thinking, what would trees think about us, or what would they remember about us when we're not there anymore, or when we evolve to different species. So that's why I've been doing another project, which now I feel like I've become more nerd about trees and science. And so I've been using a lot of data, a lot of sensoring accelerometers to try to capture the subtle change inside the tree under exposure to human activities. As you can see here, I drill on the trees again and trying to capture everything. And we perform some experiment like jumping or talking or touching the tree. Yeah. Also performing 3D scan, and this is just how to show that. This is what I've been doing, and we're trying to find a way to see how we can translate that, that memories and experience of tree into something that we human can understand. And this project is currently been building in Barcelona, so it's gonna show tomorrow. And if anyone is interested, I would love to talk about more. And throughout my research, and I'm just thinking I've been using a lot of technology to understand tree, but at the same time, I feel like I'm distancing myself more to the trees because the whole time I work then with a bunch of data numbers. So I feel like, is this so paradoxical about how we as humans, we seek comfortness in tree, in nature, but also we are the species who isolate ourselves the most from nature. So maybe the best way is just to hug the tree, so that's it. Yeah, thank you.
A tree is always a perfect way to start and end. But thank you all for these really thought-provoking conversations. There's so many exciting points of overlap. But to start, Roselle and Kosi, you both give us this framework of the archive as a sort of key to your explorations. And we often think of archives as being very human, right, related to text. And you both sort of highlight the ways that archives sometimes participate in these oppressive histories or shape what histories are told. And so I'm interested in your turn to the archive, but also, as I was watching your presentations, also the way that materials function as an archive in your work, right? The sort of deep time of minerals or the seasonal cycle of plants, and how that's a way that you sort of push and play with those temporalities. And in doing so, I think give us a sort of new way of thinking about photography's relationship to time, right? Which is often considered as a sort of privileged relationship, but the temporalities that you're looping in are much more cyclical in a way that feels really productive. So if you could speak to that to start.
Well, this publication I was working with for 4 years. At the beginning, I just wanted to talk about the rare earths because they're very important for technology. But then I realized I have to work on all the elements because they are related one to another. And it was very important because if I have to do that publication, I have to look at my archive about all the images, not only my images, but other people's images, to make this dialogue between the elements of the periodic table and how, for instance, copper has been used in my work, or how lithium is also in other artists' works. So the archive was very important. At the beginning, for me, the archive was part of the research, of the theoretical research. I will use it for the artist books, but I will not expose it. And I think for me that the big change was when in 2007, I decided to show to the public the archive and how from that archive I could build the photographies, the final paintings. So that was important. And maybe for me, the most important archive I could build was OVNI Archive. As I said, OVNI means UFO in Spanish. And first time I built it in Matadero, Madrid, which is it was a slaughter place of the city, but not anymore. Now it's a contemporary art institution. And it was just amazing. I remember Suzette Sanchez, she's a Cuban curator living in Madrid, and Suzette said to me, you know, I go to my house and I sleep and I'm afraid somebody's going to take your archive and it's going to take your papers and documentation, and nobody took anything. But everything was scanned. So that was also, the archive is not only research, but also how you can have all that information, and you, as a conservation way, I scan everything. That takes a lot of time, but it's worthy. So it has this research, education, artistic, creative. It has a lot of purposes and possibilities.
I think for me, the turn to food as an archive is a way of opening up history in a way that destabilizes a lot of preconceptions, I would say. And so for me, with the turn to the banana, I learned so much about, sorry, I'm trying to figure out, like, I've spoken about this work a lot today, and for some reason, now I'm having a hard time articulating it, but I'll try again. When I turn to food as an archive, it's because there's a lot that can be revealed. Food is inherently political, and that's something that I realized when I was working on the development of Canada's national food policy. And I was working with Indigenous communities in Canada and understanding how colonial policies historically and in the current day are what have really affected and shaped the realities of food insecurity, health disparities in a lot of communities. And from then on, I started to understand that food is actually something that shows you the reality of the current day implications of the past in a way that also allows for connections and bridges because it is so cultural. And so the first archive that I used was cassava, which was a crop, a tuber that's native to South America, that's naturally poisonous, and I learned was used by enslaved women in Jamaica to poison their slave masters. And so when I was turning to the banana, I was trying to similarly find a history that spoke to some kind of resistance or to something underlying that is difficult to perceive, but could be made visible using the plant or the fruit or the seed. And so it took so much time to try and understand what a banana leaf could actually speak to. And what I realized is that it's impossible to capture that, because what you think is so simple is actually representative of so much more. And so when you think about even just the trajectory and the migration of the banana plant, it's reflective of, for one thing, of the transatlantic slave trade, but it also shows you migrations and ways of migrating that don't have to be rooted in such violence, and ways of engaging with nature that don't have to be one of domination. And so I wanted to use the banana plant as a way of talking about the way that African people have developed agricultural knowledge for centuries, and that traveled with enslaved people when they were brought to the quote-unquote New World. And that's actually what allowed for the banana plant to take hold in the Caribbean. It's because enslaved people already knew how to cultivate it. And the banana plant for centuries actually was something that fed enslaved populations before, as of the 19th century, it became something that fed Europeans and Americans. It was a food that represented survival. It was a food that represented resistance, because it was a food that maroon communities would grow easily. And it was a food that, alongside cassava, is actually a food of resistance that was then weaponized against those same people. In the sense that then banana plantations became these spaces of such egregious labor practices, and continues to be. Like, modern slavery is something that still happens within the banana industry. And so the difficulty is, how do you take all of this history, right? Because the banana is an archive in and of itself. So the difficulty then is how do you visualize that? And how do you also speak to the underlying condition that has led to the transformation of something that represented life into something that has come to represent exploitation, right? And so what that underlying condition is a desire for domination over the natural environment. And so even with a chlorophyll print, like, as a conceptual artist, I'm constantly thinking, what does each single thing mean? What does it mean for us to want to see our image reflected on a leaf, right? What does that mean? What does it mean that because it's an ephemeral image that fades over time, we've now developed techniques to fix that image on the leaf, right? What is that impulse? And so that is what you see, is this kind of back and forth and this tension within me working with chlorophyll printing to speak to this desire to give back to nature what it really represents, in the sense of looking up at nature, in the sense of printing on nature. Our trace is only a temporary trace, and yet because I want to sell the work eventually, I've had to fix the image, right? And so what are those conditions that are still apparent in my desire to put that print of our history on a leaf? And so that turn to nature as an archive allows you to do all of that.
Thank you so much, and I feel like that's such a nice segue.
Shall I say something?
Oh, I have a slightly different question for you. I think picking up on this idea of the archive as this kind of desire to know, and Hien, I feel like you do such a beautiful job of pointing to the limits of that, and where we can't know and where we want to know. And I'm thinking about the role of embodiment and technology, both as mediators in your practice, trying to develop this kind of deeper empathy with trees, right? Something that we feel very connected to, but we can't really understand. So I wonder if you could speak a little bit about to the ways that your practice kind of builds knowledge, but also in some ways accepts a certain level of unknowing.
Yeah, sure. So I think
I've been always thinking that, well, for me, like the interplay between human and machine is always fascinating for me. So especially when we talk about photography, and actually that photography is one of the first medium that allow human mind and machine to work together. And so coming to the project to understand tree and the suffering of that particular tree, memories of tree, I'm feeling like I can understand that with my human sense. So technology, the machine, is like, first, of course, it's a tool. It's like extension of our sense, of our knowledge to understand something non-human, something beyond our perceptions. But at the same time, like I said, like it feels so distancing to the main subject. Like when I'm sitting there in that room working with the data, I'm questioning myself why I'm doing that. All this data coming from a tree, but why don't I go out to the tree? But like looking at the bunch of numbers and trying to figure out some rules about it. And then I realized that the more technology advances, the more that we believe that it can help us to understand the nature, the universe, and anything. And it advances in the way that it's gonna function by itself. But at the same time, it's kind of like that connection between human and that machine's kind of like losing. For example, like when we put the tree in the CT scan, we just press the button. We didn't do anything to the tree anymore. We didn't do anything to the machine. We believe that machine should give us the image of the pain of the tree, which it doesn't. So I think this is gonna be more my research and thinking about how human understanding with machine and with nature, how that at the same time it works, but at the same time it's so paradoxical, and yeah.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the panelists for this really incredible set of presentations and conversation. I know that people probably have many questions for you, so we will pick it up over the next couple of days and continue these conversations, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, I was suffering because you have such a great work, and I have like a lot of questions, and it's like, never ending. I mean, as I have been saying, I encourage. We have opportunities. I hope you can join us tonight for the party that we are going to have at JW Marriott Miami. And well, more opportunities to keep all these conversations. I am sure that we all have a lot of questions regarding this work. But now, without no further ado, let me introduce you to Candice Jansen. We all have the programs, we have the bios, and just because the museum today closed at 6, we need to be very, we have to keep on time. Candice. Welcome. Candice is one of our WOPHA research fellows, and I want to thank the Pérez Criarte grant for the support for being able to have her here with us. So, welcome.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. And thank you to WOPHA for supporting this work. And this giving me this opportunity to share here among some esteemed practitioners, some very necessary ideas. And also congratulate you on the curation of the program. I think each panel and moment is kind of feeding into it because I feel a lot of resonance with what I will be presenting here today. So I'm going to be showing a video that is really just a sketch of research process, ideas, and it may contradict what I actually end up saying. But in the spirit of what Sophia and Carmen on the first day was telling us about questioning our reliability as narrators, but also to kind of talk about the chaotic and messiness of the research process. So that video can start playing now. So I'm going to try and do two brief things. I'm going to try and introduce the project Darkroom Girls, which is a roving, evolving collection of essays about Black women and photography that situates itself within the South African context. I use the idea of unseeing photography as a critical method through which I think about the conceptual, political, and material stakes, which I think we've wonderfully been primed with here in the previous panel. Material stakes of Black women's historic presence in and with photography as historic keepers of time that continue to inspire, of course, contemporary image practices. By using the term unseeing photography, I'm trying to remind myself that I'm not simply trying to make unseen photographers known, but ask what is there to make of a photography and its histories that does not rely on visibility? What is there to make of a photographer whose photographs may never appear? What does it mean for politics of sight to draw upon darkness? So in the dark is still where I am when it comes to finding out who the women were that inspired the title of this project, Darkroom Girls. It is a term that the Durban, which is a city in South Africa, Durban-based photographer Lynn Acute called the women workers in his studio in a letter he wrote to his wealthy patron in 1942. Acute was running late on the patron's order of prints, and in the letter, he apologized profusely, remarking that, quote, "One of our darkroom girls has been ill with mumps for 2 or 3 weeks, which has rather held us all back," end quote. So since about 2017, I've been reflecting on Black women in photography through this letter, which I then discovered, but also on darkness as a quality of light and a grammar of visibility that is critical to understanding Black histories of writing with light. The work of Shanti Sumartio has been important. She writes about darkness as an, quote, almost intangible force that can immerse, permeate, or press on us, enabling the capacity to shape space, duration, and possibility, end quote. More than a quality of apprehension, darkness also presents itself as a condition of Black photography and its histories. The dark of colonial and apartheid media industries has meant photography remains an under-considered labor regime that relegated Black photojournalists to the darkroom. The practices of photographic attribution that characterize South Africa's history of print journalism fail to credit the work of photographers, especially those who were not white, could not advocate for their byline, or did not have the foresight to keep some of their negatives and steal their own work. Most today are not in possession of their archives, owned by corporations who have done little to redress how Black photojournalists were disadvantaged by racial labor laws that even progressive newsrooms perpetuated. Anti-apartheid media also, while in some instances needing to keep the identity of photographers anonymous against apartheid surveillance, did not attribute images to authors in newspapers, pamphlets, books, posters, newsletters, and campaigns. Today, this darkness kept over historic images and how they were produced charges their afterlives, visible in museums and collections domestically and around the world, as they continue to circulate anonymously and unidentified. So during my tenure as curator of research and exhibitions at the Market Photo Workshop, we conducted oral histories with some of these photographers, some of whom thankfully were then still alive, and whose testimonies and the testimonies of their families we collected in the anthology Black Photo Libraries, which was published in 2021. We are very proud to have had Dr. Peter Magubane write the foreword to the book, which was cited at his funeral in January this year, and Professor Deb Willis, who I haven't seen today yet, who very kindly supported the work and contributed an afterword. Photographic legacies remain a key concern for my practice, and I was able to return again 3 years later for the landmark exhibition When Rain Clouds Gather, Black South African Women Artists, 1940 to 2000, that was curated by Portia Malachi and Ntobeko Ntobela. I was asked to contribute an essay on photography that had me reflect on the ways that the work of Black women was both made and appreciated outside of the visual establishment, yet enjoyed a world of being known within their families, communities, and schools, as several became educators at both the primary school and higher education levels. By following also the work of other Black women who, like myself, are doing this work of memory keeping, history telling, I questioned myself with the following. How can more Black women then be found as history? Do we know all there is to know about how and where they worked and gain recognition? Should the apparatus of the camera and its moment of capture be the only means of photographic authorship? How do we pay greater attention to histories of the darkroom as a critical space and practice for the materialization of apartheid and colonial time? What happens when the supremacy of sight and the visible is no longer the ground of photographic history? And I am also, again, very excited by the kind of conversations that have been happening over the past few days that affirms some of this questioning. So, of course, Black women were disproportionately affected by this dark. Photographer Neo Nsoma contended with this as a co-editor of an early intervention into South Africa's photo history by publishing the book Woman by Woman, 50 Years of Women's Photography in South Africa in 2006. Nsoma went looking for the work of Mabel Qetu, the earliest known Black woman photojournalist, understood to have worked for local publications. Qetu was born in the Free State Province as the daughter of a church minister who trained as a nurse and started a career as a journalist in her 50s after she had settled in the Eastern Cape. Nsoma recalls, quote, "The Bailey's African History Archive seemed like the most appropriate point of departure, as it would have been expected that they would have their files preserved, like they did with the rest of the photographers and journalists that served under the same umbrella. But no, that isn't the case with Qetu. Perhaps we need to recognize how issues pertaining to patriarchy and race have played out here," end quote. And Nsoma reflected on Woman by Woman's methodological shortcomings for finding Black women photographers almost 20 years after it was published. Researcher Stephanie Jason, creator of Centering Silences, the elusive photographic archive of Mabel Qetu, had this conversation with Nsoma, who believed that, quote, "Perhaps a different approach should have been considered. The approach we used when creating Woman by Woman was very much standardized, which in my view couldn't have been the case when dealing with fragile histories such as Mabel Qetu's narrative." Jason considers the implications of what Qetu's intangible legacy means for Black women's history in photography, maybe what Krista Thompson calls the dematerialization of photography. And it's funny to think about that after our previous conversation. Jason writes that in a photography canon predicated largely on the material, the photograph, the elusiveness of Mabel Qetu's archive is read as an urgent cue to assess photographic matter as immaterial and intangible, yet undeniable and real. For Nsoma, quote, "I think the crucial move and perhaps the most realistic starting point should be the deceased families, followed by the communities in which they lived and operated, before searching for legacies from the same spaces that denied them existence in the first place." So to conclude, as a WOPHA research fellow, I intend to take up Ntsoma's call and follow more closely the legacy of Mam Cynthia Mavuso, who I started working with during the project of Black Photo Libraries. Mam Cynthia has never had a group or solo exhibition. Her images have never been published in book or online form. In 2021, she saw her photographs made almost 30 years ago in print for the first time when a small selection of her images were used to illustrate a special edition of a national newspaper that reported on the project. While Mavuso is an unpublished photographer, she is by no means unknown. Her images are not anonymous. Her works are in fact treasured, kept, preserved in and as memory within the homes, albums, shoeboxes, kists, wardrobes, and lives of who she photographed. Today, her undigitized archive constitutes a visual community in the memories and family keepsakes of those who lived during the time of her successful photography business that she operated from out of her house, while also working as a school teacher at Qalani Primary School. My research with Mam Cynthia and her daughter, Tule, who is also a photographer, has again brought me to the stakes of her legacy for the rural community of Driefontein, that has in fact been documented for its historic efforts of resistance against apartheid policies of forced removals, that is part of the living memory of Mam Cynthia's father, now in his 80s, who himself was a photographer and the reason for Mam Cynthia pursuing photography herself. The Transvaal Rural Action Committee, or TRAC as it was known, was established in 1982 that still works today with the women of the area. And it was established by the Black Sash, a liberal, white, woman-led national activist group that supported Black community struggles against apartheid. Jill de Vlieg, a Black Sash member and one of the foundational members of the visual activist photo collective Afropix, herself documented the work of TRAC, and those images of Driefontein constitute a critical part of what remains of this history in the South African History Archives. So perhaps by bringing Mam Cynthia's work into the work of these nonprofit organizations, it's curious to see what kind of history will emerge through that unity that the archive seems to present for itself. Thank you again for WOPHA for supporting this work and making space for these women in this community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Candice. We are going to have a quick break for setting up the equipment for our singers' performance, and then we return for the final part of our session today. Thank you.
Hola, my name is Diana Larrea. I'm a documentary photographer and filmmaker based in Miami, Florida, and Cusco, Peru. In my experience, photography has been a beautiful tool and medium that has helped me look into my past. Photography gives us the ability to narrate our own stories and shape our identities. It is a tool of empowerment and at the same time, empathy and understanding. In my work, photography has really helped me to reconnect with the territory I come from. Using archives, documents, and my grandparents' albums, photography works as a mirror to better understand myself and why preserving tangible and intangible memories is so precious to all of us.
Hello, my name is Rosemarie Cromwell, and I'm an artist and photographer based in Miami, Florida. Photography has shown me that my voice is valid. It's a powerful tool for expressing my perspective on the world and for telling stories that I find important and urgent in our evolving society. I believe that photography can have this impact on others as well, which fuels my passion for photographic education. This versatile medium offers diverse outputs, and I personally create books, installations for exhibitions, and photo essays for magazines.
I was asked, how does photography teach you to live now?
You see, photography turns me into an observer.
I could walk the same street over and over again and not pay attention, but photography has taught me to slow down and observe and see how cute this viejito looks in front of this statue selling his street, or see how perfectly this lady's pants matches the umbrella, or seeing a beautiful virgencita on top of this pink house. Sometimes I don't even take a photo and appreciate the moment, but often enough there's a scene that I just have to capture. Either way, I win because I get to appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Alicia Vera and I'm a photographer based between Mexico City and Miami, Florida. And I think photography teaches us to live in the present, especially in a world where we're constantly distracted by our phones, by social media, by that 24-hour news cycle, that we forget to pay attention to the world around us. So I'm currently working on a personal project related to grief in light of my mother's Alzheimer's diagnosis. Turning the camera around on my family and on myself has really forced me to appreciate these moments that we have together as a family. So I want to encourage you to put your phones down, pick up a camera, and open your eyes to what's right in front of you, all while asking yourself, how does photography teach us to live now?
When my mother started to lose her memory, I was taking care of her myself, but I did find a place for her to live because I travel for my work. So at any rate, the caregivers there treated the people who lived there like they were their parents, their family. And there was one particular person, Mina Dora from Romania, and she treated my mother like it was her mother. And she became like a sister to me. But photography gave me a different way to look at things as my mother was leaving, you know, and losing her memory. And so photography gave me a different way to think about things. And also, I wanted to make pictures so that I would have them when she was gone, and I wouldn't forget what she went through, but what we went through together. And it saved me from being completely heartbroken.
Hi guys, my name is Pao. I am a photographer here in Miami. I love photography because it helps me be creative in so many ways. It helps me slow down and just notice the beauty in so many people and so many places and things that otherwise I don't think I would have noticed if it weren't for photography, and if it wouldn't have given me the opportunity to slow down in this fast-paced world that we live in right now. So my question for you guys is, how do you think photography plays a role in your life, and how do you use it?
My name is Ana Farina McLeaf. I'm from Ecuador. I am a photographer based in the Miami, Fort Lauderdale area. Photography is very personal to me. It's what I see from my point of view. What the observer sees is their own perspective and their own imagination. If you have a medium to communicate that, I think that becomes art. Photography makes you have more of a sensitivity to things that you see. It's a way to get to know myself better and discover myself.
Hola, my name is Diana Larrea. I'm a documentary photographer and filmmaker based in Miami, Florida and Cusco, Peru. In my experience, photography has been a beautiful tool and medium that has helped me look into my past. Photography gives us the ability to narrate our own stories and shape our identities. It is a tool of empowerment and at the same time, empathy and understanding. In my work, photography has really helped me to reconnect with the territory I come from. Using archives, documents, and my grandparents' albums, photography works as a mirror to better understand myself and why preserving tangible and intangible memories is so precious to all of us.
My name is Rosemarie Cromwell, and I'm an artist and photographer based in Miami, Florida. Photography has shown me that my voice is valid. It's a powerful tool for expressing my perspective on the world and for telling stories that I find important and urgent in our evolving society. I believe that photography can have this impact on others as well, which fuels my passion for photographic education. This versatile medium offers diverse outputs, and I personally create books, installations for exhibitions, and photo essays for magazines.
I was asked, how does photography teach you to live now?
You see, photography turns me into an observer.
I could walk the same street over and over again and not pay attention, but photography has taught me to slow down and observe and see how cute this viejito looks in front of this statue selling his street, or see how perfectly this lady's pants matches the umbrella, or seeing a beautiful virgencita on top of this pink house. Sometimes I don't even take a photo and appreciate the moment, but often enough there's a scene that I just have to capture. Either way, I win because I get to appreciate it.
Hi, my name's Alicia Verana. I'm a photographer based between Mexico City and Miami, Florida. And I think photography teaches us to live in the present, especially in a world where we're constantly distracted by our phones, by social media, by that 24-hour news cycle, that we forget to pay attention to the world around us. So I'm currently working on a personal project related to grief in light of my mother's Alzheimer's diagnosis. And turning the camera around on my family and on myself has really forced me to appreciate these moments that we have together as a family. So I want to encourage you to put your phones down, pick up a camera, and open your eyes to what's right in front of you, all while asking yourself, how does photography teach us to live now?
When my mother started to lose her memory, I was taking care of her myself, but I did find a place for her to live because I travel for my work. So at any rate, the caregivers there treated the people who lived there like they were their parents, their family. And there was one particular person, Mina Dora from Romania, and she treated my mother like it was her mother. And she became like a sister to me. But photography gave me a different way to look at things as my mother was leaving, you know, and losing her memory. And so photography gave me a different way to think about things. And also I wanted to make pictures so that I would have them when she was gone, and I wouldn't forget what she went through, but what we went through together. And it saved me from being completely heartbroken.
Hi guys, my name is Pal. I am a photographer here in Miami. I love photography because it helps me be creative in so many ways. It helps me slow down and just notice the beauty in so many people and so many places and things that otherwise I don't think I would have noticed if it weren't for photography, and if it wouldn't have given me the opportunity to slow down in this fast-paced world that we live in right now. So my question for you guys is, how do you think photography plays a role in your life, and how do you use it?
My name is Ana Farina McLeaf. I'm from Ecuador. I am a photographer based in the Miami-Fort Lauderdale area. Photography is very personal to me. It's what I see from my point of view. What the observer sees is their own perspective and their own imagination. If you have a medium to communicate that, I think that becomes art. Photography makes you have more of a sensitivity to things that you see. It's a way to get to know myself better and discover myself.
Hola, my name is Diana Larrea. I'm a documentary photographer and filmmaker based in Miami, Florida and Cusco, Peru. In my experience, photography has been a beautiful tool and medium that has helped me look into my past. Photography gives us the ability to narrate our own stories and shape our identities. It is a tool of empowerment and at the same time, empathy and understanding. In my work, photography has really helped me to reconnect with the territory I come from. Using archives, documents, and my grandparents' albums, photography works as a mirror to better understand myself and why preserving tangible and intangible memories is so precious to all of us.
Hello, my name is Rosemarie Cromwell, and I'm an artist and photographer based in Miami, Florida. Photography has shown me that my voice is valid. It's a powerful tool for expressing my perspective on the world and for telling stories that I find important and urgent in our evolving society. I believe that photography can have this impact on others as well, which fuels my passion for photographic education. This versatile medium offers diverse outputs, and I personally create books, installations for exhibitions, and photo essays for magazines.
I was asked, how does photography teach teach you to live now.
You see, photography turns me into an observer.
I could walk the same street over and over again and not pay attention, but photography has taught me to slow down and observe and see how cute this viejito looks in front of this statue selling his treat, or see how perfectly this lady's pants matches the umbrella, or seeing a beautiful virgencita on top of this pink house. Sometimes I don't even take a photo and appreciate the moment, but often enough there's a scene that I just have to capture. Either way, I win because I get to appreciate it.
Hi, my name's Alicia Verana. I'm a photographer based between Mexico City and Miami, Florida. And I think photography teaches us to live in the present, especially in a world where we're constantly distracted by our phones, by social media, by that 24-hour news cycle, that we forget to pay attention to the world around us. So I'm currently working on a personal project related to grief in light of my mother's Alzheimer's diagnosis. And turning the camera around on my family and on myself has really forced me to appreciate these moments that we have together as a family. So I want to encourage you to put your phones down, pick up a camera, and open your eyes to what's right in front of you, all while asking yourself, how does photography teach us to live now?
When my mother started to lose her memory, I was taking care of her myself, but I did find a place for her to live because I travel for my work. So at any rate, the caregivers there treated the people who lived there like they were their parents, their family. And there was one particular person, Minodora from Romania, and she treated my mother like it was her mother. And she became like a sister to me. But photography gave me a different way to look at things as my mother was leaving, you know, and losing her memory. And so photography gave me a different way to think about things. And also, I wanted to make pictures so that I would have them when she was gone, and I wouldn't forget what she went through, but what we went through together. And it saved me from being completely heartbroken.
Hi guys, my name is Pal. I am a photographer here in Miami. I love photography because it helps me be creative in so many ways. It helps me slow down and just notice the beauty in so many people and so many places and things that otherwise I don't think I would have noticed if it weren't for photography, and if it wouldn't have given me the opportunity to slow down in this fast-paced world that we live in right now. So my question for you guys is, how do you think photography plays a role in your life, and how do you use it?
My name is Ana Farina McLeaf. I'm from Ecuador. I am a photographer based in the Miami-Fort Lauderdale area. Photography is very personal to me. It's what I see from my point of view. What the observer sees is their own perspective and their own imagination. If you have a medium to communicate that, I think that becomes art. Photography makes you have more of a sensitivity to things that you see. It's a way to get to know myself better and discover myself.
Hola, my name is Diana Larrea. I'm a documentary photographer and filmmaker based in Miami, Florida and Cusco, Peru. In my experience, photography has been a beautiful tool and medium that has helped me look into my past. Photography gives us the ability to narrate our own stories and shape our identities. It is a tool of empowerment and at the same time, empathy and understanding. In my work, photography has really helped me to reconnect with the territory I come from. Using archives, documents, and my grandparents' albums, photography works as a mirror to better understand myself and why preserving tangible and intangible memories is so precious to all of us.
Hello, my name is Rosemary Cromwell, and I'm an artist and photographer based in Miami, Florida. Photography has shown me that my voice is valid. It's a powerful tool for expressing my perspective on the world and for telling stories that I find important and urgent in our evolving society. I believe that photography can have this impact on others as well, which fuels my passion for photographic education. This versatile medium offers diverse outputs, and I personally create books, installations for exhibitions, and photo essays for magazines.
I was asked, how does photography teach you to live now.
You see, photography turns me into an observer.
I could walk the same street over and over again and not pay attention, but photography has taught me to slow down and observe and see how cute this viejito looks in front of this statue selling his tree, or see how perfectly this lady's pants matches the umbrella, or seeing a beautiful virgencita on top of this pink house. Sometimes I don't even take a photo and appreciate the moment, but often enough there's a scene that I just have to capture. Either way, I win because I get to appreciate it.
Hi, my name's Alicia Verana. I'm a photographer based between Mexico City and Miami, Florida. And I think photography teaches us to live in the present, especially in a world where we're constantly distracted by our phones, by social media, by that 24-hour news cycle, that we forget to pay attention to the world around us. So I'm currently working on a personal project related to grief in light of my mother's Alzheimer's diagnosis. And turning the camera around on my family and on myself has really forced me to appreciate these moments that we have together as a family. So I want to encourage you to put your phones down, pick up a camera, and open your eyes to what's right in front of you, all while asking yourself, how does photography teach us to live now?
When my mother started to lose her memory, I was taking care of her myself, but I did find a place for her to live because I travel for my work. So at any rate, the caregivers there treated the people who lived there like they were their parents, their family. And there was one particular person, Mina Dora from Romania, and she treated my mother like it was her mother. And she became like a sister to me. But photography gave me a different way to look at things as my mother was leaving, you know, and losing her memory. And so photography gave me a different way to think about things. And also, I wanted to make pictures so that I would have them when she
See that experience. Okay. Fíjate. piece. Oh my God, Andeni Amaro. Okay.
I'll introduce.
Okay. Well. So here we are. Wow! I mean, what incredible way to get to the end of this session at the Pérez Museum, Miami. I am very pleased to introduce Arsimer McCoy and her friends who will make this special performance for us. Arsimer is a Miami-based international poet, educator, and interdisciplinary artist and cultural worker. Her work has appeared in Venice Magazine, The Lighthouse Review, Rootwork Journal, and others. She has received a lot of recognition very recently. I particularly consider she's a great artist. We have the honor she will be presenting for the first time her photographic work. And thank you so much for trusting me. Thank you so much for being here. And do what you know how to do best. Thank you.
I am asphalt and fire ants, sweet blood for mosquitoes, daughter of tobacco fields. I am the grandchild of mustard greens, of muscadines fermented and turned into moonshine. I come from down south and up north. You can find me latched to a gate in Richmond Heights, trailing a vine of dewberries ripening for deep pies. I know the aroma of outside on black feet, cutting through tall grass in Lauderdale, back when all that used to be wood, see. That's an ancient Negro proverb. I got mango juice stains on my collar from summers in old Orange Grove. I am just like my mother, coming and going. A soft song stays stuck in my throat like hymns floating over wooden pews in a collective utterance. I'm in the crux of my mother's elbow, forehead between armpit and chest, itchy rayon floral printed dress socks sleeping to the murmuring of ceiling fans. See, I know tea green Japanese silk with a faux feather lining, cascading across my grandmother's orange shag rug. And I am the survivor of cocaine. I am the survivor of Yahweh Ben Yahweh, of voter fraud, of redlining, of yellow caution tape, and of floodlines. I desire to be a cash king in the corner store. Find me making a bounty of $5. In here is where the block banter occurs, where the men can always find work but can't stay off the curb. After a bottle of wild Irish rose, expect the dialogue to turn into verbs and slurred. See, conversations, they continue on into the dark, where the street lights beam down like stars on parked cars. I am chaos in Liberty City, watching from across 54th Street as Norton Tire burns. I am juking in a post-apocalyptic movie on top of broken glass in front of Adam's grocery store. Brown little baby of the city. I know nothing here was made for me, but nothing would stand if I shrugged, so call me Atlas. I want air that don't taste like gas. I want you to see me as God intended. I want to be vulnerable and not regret the fallout. I want the ancient cities from Richmond to Pleasant preserved in gold. I want your apology to be just as loud as your disrespect. And I want the cranes that shroud the skylines to disintegrate in the salt so the kids can skate on 65th Street again. I am soft sun behind lavender and cerulean skies. I am the Gandhi dancer on my way home from Coconut Grove, and I'm taking a break to sip my limeade and bite my Johnny cake with sweat creating pools in the small of my back, shading my eyes, always looking towards home, towards home. Good evening, everyone. I am so honored to be here tonight. Y'all give yourselves a round of applause. Yes. Oh, y'all don't clap for yourselves? I don't like that. I don't like that. You should be loud and boisterous. This is an amazing event with so many creative minds in the building. Please give it up for this amazing band, my family, my brothers, the CL Experience. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm from Miami. And I really love it here. It has its ebbs and flows, its interesting politics and people. But at the end of the day, I always tell people, ain't nobody gonna trick me up out of my city. Nobody is going to tell me that I don't belong here. Nobody's gonna tell me that my city isn't beautiful. No matter whether it be gutter or high rise, my city is beautiful. Specifically, the neighborhood I grew up in, Richmond Heights, a neighborhood built for Black veterans. My mother has her house that she was first married in there. She kept it. She rents it out to family and friends. And then we moved into what's called the new section. If you're from down south, you know the language. I see you nodding, you know, right? The new section, right? And those were the houses built after Hurricane Andrew. So we have our old section house, our new section house. And so there are stories in between these homes, but one thing that stays constant is the park. Everybody's got a park. I mean, Beyonce built a whole clothing line off of it, right? Ivy Park. Where's your park, right? Well, my park is Richmond Heights Park, or Sergeant Delancey. So this piece, Dirty Red, Black, High Yellow, and Brown Little Baby, is a homage to that park. And I will be joined by my favorite person in the whole wide world, Claudence Louis. She's
my favorite as well, just letting
We're brothers. A gaggle of shiny oiled thighs parade onto the fields. Dirty red, black, high yellow, and brown little baby. Flipped over fruit cup juice slides off the sides of their hands. The tall park lights shine bright overhead, casting down on the Richmond Heights Giants as they kneel down in prayer to God, to football, to mama, to Uncle Pat, to the park, to God, to God, to God, to God. Dirty red, black, high yellow, and brown little baby gossip underneath a gumbo limbo tree. Bass cuts in, crowd screams, chest hits crash into the space above everyone's heads. The fog of grilled meat,
the laughter surrounding cigar smoke and old men. Dirty red, black, high yellow, and brown little baby swing their hips on the sidelines to ghost town DJs on the breakdown. Folks can hear the victory across town. The atmosphere is so electric. Curse words and failed bets just turn into shrugs, shoulders, and knee slaps. Besides, it's way too many mamas talking to their girlfriends about their men. Way too many cocoa-coated babies running around to engage in conflict. The grounds are littered with plastic cups and chip bags. Dirty red, black, high yellow, and brown little baby kick the trash. They walk home together in the night. Not scared. For what? These are their streets. They walk home together in the night, careful not to step on cracks in the concrete. A false move can break your mama's back or exterminate a community. They whisper in gospel, giggle in code, existing as time travelers coming back to where they were once before. Celestial beings. Dirty red, black, high yellow, and brown little baby. Thank you.
We're so good. Y'all don't understand, man. I've been working a long time, okay? And I think it's every poet's dream to have a band. Like, we love being solo dolo, but when you get a band, you can't tell us nothing. We can have one drum. You feel me? One drum. And already we feel like, I need a Grammy. Where is my Grammy? This next piece is one of my favorite stories about Miami, okay? And it happened in 1997. Anybody was here in Miami in 1997? All right, yes. So you may have seen this amazing story on the news. The story of the Brinks truck that flipped over on I-95, yes? And it flipped over I-95 right into Overtown. Right. A blessing. A blessing. I remember hearing my parents talking about it, and they were so mad that we lived down south. They were so upset. They were like, dang, I wish I was down there right now. I think everybody in the city that didn't live in Overtown wished they lived in Overtown at that moment. But it's one of my favorite stories because I think it is about magic. I mean, what are the odds that a Brinks truck would bust open and all this money would come down in Overtown? So this piece is called 1997, Santa Claus Goes Straight to the Ghetto. And joining me on bass, Chris, what's your last name? I'm sorry, Chris, don't be mad at me. Chris Patsis. Are you single, Chris? Chris is married, y'all. Sorry, y'all. Sorry to this man. Ready? You go ahead and start. In a poor Miami neighborhood, Brinks crash loses shower of cash. Washington Post, January 9th, 1997. Where were you when the bank truck flipped? When second Christmas came to the ghettos? When all of Miami showed a united front under a cool sun at 7 a.m. in the morning? It must have sounded like an explosion. There was dread at first. A sound like that couldn't be good. People in this city always rushing, even in standstill traffic. Crash, boom, oh shit. People popped their heads from their cars. Children threw out their notepads to fill up their book bags. Everyone looked to the sky to see a pinata-shaped Brinks truck bust open like a sardine can. Slim, dingy, green-colored slips avalanche over I-95. $3.7 million dreams flooded Overtown skies. Pennies from heaven showered down. The people stuffed their shirts and strollers, pulled the floating marvels into their cars. Wads of cash spilling out of jackets, folks utilizing whatever containers they could find, and nobody died.
Though I'm sure some small scuffles over new appliances, rent, bills, debts, and food were the fuel in that moment to some heated arguments, but why would you argue when a $300,000 sack is bouncing down the interstate? The people called it a mob. Looked to me like a dance, the juk of the forgotten, a stab, stab, stab in your answered prayers. 1997 would be the year of the unexplainable, the year we all made amends with God and our mothers. It would be the year Black people in this city believed in miracles again. Merry Christmas. So at the heart of this city is movement. I kind of have a hard time when I take classes at the gym, you know, the little free classes you get sometimes. If the person who's teaching me is not moving on beat with the music that they brought in, I can't keep up, you know? Like you playing heavy house music, you know what I'm saying? And you moving like to jazz. And I don't understand why you're doing that. It's hard for me. I do not know how to move off beat. Even my poetry has a certain rhythm and sway to it. When I talk to people, they say I talk in a cadence. I don't try to do this. I think this city is just movement and music. It's rhythm, it's laughter, it's humming, it's buzzing. It's sound all the time. And so this next piece is an ode to that. There is resilience in our movement. There is revolution in the rhythm. I love this song, y'all. I'm finna take off my shoes. What do you know about brown bodies dripping sugar water in the dead of heat? Stank walks struggling against arched backs, backs blown by bass and downbeat, where four ways turn into pack jams and parking lots become dance floors. My God. Under city sun to metropolis moon, what do you know about it? What do you know about night drives? Windows down so everyone can feel the hi-hats in their chests. Pull up to the red light and we all jump out. A 60-second free show on the asphalt, then hop back in. What do you know? What do you know about reaching the destination? Strutting in with a pulse that picks up what the DJ is putting down. Sweaty arms reaching to vibrating ceilings. Hips shape-shifting, feet for wings, dancing to the revival of a body burnt out by deadlines. What you know about palms looking for redemption, spilling out the pews, shaking the devil off, feet stomping demons to smithereens, Holy Ghost consumed, thighs slapping to the ascending riffs of the organ, calling on the rain to shower the flock with blessings. Shake a tail feather on your lunch hour, jump while you waiting for the bus, stick and roll in the barber shop, dirty wine in your chair at the nail salon, hands on your knees at the corner store, gyrate in the bread aisle at the grocery, move that body they keep trying to push out with your permission. Shake them locks, sweat out that lace front, let them curls drop. Damn, you look good. Dance till the sirens make a summer vibe, until mother's cries turn into lullabies. Your body in motion is a revolution. Swing your arms behind you, groove like it ain't no tomorrow. Dance like you could leave this earth today. Damn, you look good. Damn, you look good. Damn, you look good. Damn. You look good. Oh, you trying to come back on in again. Look at you. Oh, man. How did y'all enjoy that? Was I all right? Okay. I always need validation. I have a therapist. And give it up for the CL experience once again. So this last piece I am going to do with my beautiful friend and comrade, Danny Amaro, who is an amazing sound artist right here from the city. And this last piece is about when Black people in this city ask me about climate change. All we know is changes in climate. All we have ever known is how to adapt. If you are a Black person walking in this city, is because someone survived. I will say that again. If you are a Black person in this city, you are here because someone survived. This piece is called The Ghost Dance. Can we get the lights a little dim, please? Gather your grit. Remember your training. Stand steady on the balls of your feet and then wait. We have rivaled with these interlopers for centuries, and it comes to an end now. We've agreed to meet at the water's edge. Bring the women in to perform the ritual, rub bergamot on the daughter's temples, ground geraniums into the son's hands, rub the legs and arms down with lemongrass, place lavender flowers and eucalyptus into the hair, push nickels into the navels of the children. Since the death of our sweet king, the elders say we lost our audacity and replaced it with reasoning. Said we've been wandering aimlessly, forgetting our training. They took our babies and hung them from trees for trophies. Drugged our girls and left them sputtering to ghosts in the streets. Split open our veins and let Henrietta leak just to see how she bleed. And they saw magic, stardust and unknown planets, enchantment. Since then they have been seeking to end us. Our survival means their demise. Now is the time. When your mother took you out to look at the stars and told you to follow the gourd. When the pipes froze in the walls and your uncle wrapped you in sheepskin, rubbed your dried hands with petroleum and told you how he survived the Dust Bowl, the black smoke, like his grandpap survived the ship bows, rolling round in puke and shit through our Cuba overskirts overboard. The gloat's blood from the rites of passage hadn't even dried on our flesh yet. We call hands at the ocean. When the tide washes up, it's them whispering, remember your training, remember your training, remember your training. When Yemeya troubled the waters, murky tsunamis drew back and rolled. There was an eclipse of black smoke. Iridescent ravens flew from her. They spread their wings and they kicked up red dust. I said, when the current comes, it will take us first. We, the children of Yemeya, see, we are fish children. When you put your hands on us to drown us, we bob right back up to the surface with horse laughter. We've been breathing underwater. We've been wading through rivers. And this land was all river once before, and it's gonna be a river again. Our ancestors sit on the bottom of the ocean floor waiting. When those waves come crashing in, it's them saying, remember your training, remember your training, remember your training. See, when you separate a people, take their culture, take their language, and never atone for it, and they find a way to come together, it is dangerous. So I say, remember Stono, remember Calusa, Shakika, remember the Seminoles, remember Turner, remember Amistad and the Gold Coast warriors, soldiers who never forgot who they were, sang to the sun with nooses on their neck at the public execution in New York. It began in the water, and it will end in the sea. So fish children, remember your training, remember your training, remember your training. Now take to the water and let her move through you until all this becomes still. Danny Amato, everyone. I would like to bring up Claudence Louis, please. I love you. Please introduce your band.
Miss Arsimmer McCoy, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Arsimmer McCoy, ladies and gentlemen. We are so honored to be here supporting this amazing artist. On the drums, that is Mr. Jifte Jean-Charles. On the bass, that is Mr. Christopher Patsis. We know him as CP. Over there on the keys is Mr. Asani Dawkins. Of course, Danny Amaro. My name is Claudence Louis. We are the CL Experience, and it is an honor to be here with the great Arsimmer McCoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, Aldide. I was a nervous wreck showing these photos, but I did it, girl. I did it, you know. So I appreciate you making space. Thank you so much, and thank you once again, everyone.
Wow. Yes. Oh my God. Another round of applause for our team. And the band. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Over these past 2 days here at PAMM, we have put into practice essential ideas that inform my approach to education through WOPHA. A central inspiration for my vision has been activist, writer, and educator Bell Hooks, whose book, Teaching to Transgress, calls for an engaged pedagogy, one that views the classroom as a transformative and participatory space. This means thinking of teaching not as instruction in an authoritative sense, but as a practice of freedom, a space that is open, experimental, as we have had here, flexible, and responsive to the needs of each unique group of learners. Today, we embark on a new chapter as we officially launch the WOPHA Institute, an initiative born from an evident need that I have witnessed as I participate in portfolio reviews, studio visits, and day-to-day work of providing those interests, particularly women and non-binary photographers, with essential practicals and theoretical tools to inform and deepen their work while fostering a sense of community. Open to all, the WOPHA Institute aims to engage those passionate about reshaping photography through a more expansive and inclusive lens. When reading Bell Hooks, I am especially drawn to her idea, also referenced in educator Pablo Helguera's literature, of teaching as a performative and experimental process, one that invites everyone to be active participants. Teaching with this mindset constitutes an act of reciprocity, calling us to create a collaborative environment where every voice has a place. The WOPHA Institute radical pedagogical approach emerged from the values of collaboration and interdisciplinarity, intersecting with decolonial, critical, feminist, and archipelagic theories. Our aim is to expand educational boundaries, reimagine academic and informal photographic curricula, and interrogate biases, all while creating new models for engaging students in photography. We provide interdisciplinary, feminist, and decolonial approaches, an adaptive learning experience, and an opportunity for students to develop creativity, critical thinking, and personal growth. By championing inclusivity, innovation, and empowerment, the WOPHA Institute will seek to lead the way toward a more equitable and diverse landscape in photography education. Our first course, and I invite you all to keep engaged with WOPHA, to follow us across all social media, will start early in 2025. And will be taught by Claire Raymond, Assistant Professor of Art History at the University of Maine System. Titled Feminist Aesthetics and Women Photographers, it will explore feminist aesthetics by examining keywords of women and non-binary photographers. Now, and as we honor the legacy of pioneering photographers and educators, I am thrilled to introduce our next speaker by acknowledging her groundbreaking contributions, mentorship, and generosity. Deb, your work has been a profound inspiration in creating this institute and in shaping our mission of transformative learning and photographic scholarship. Thank you so much for all your support. I mean, I have the conversation that I have had with you. I can't express enough how grateful I am for you to be here, for your support all this time. And I just want to, to give you this space and ask you to please give like a very strong ovation to the Willis.
Thanks. You know, she's my inspiration, so I just want to say all of you who've been here for the past few days have basically changed what we know about photography as we continue to expand, as Candace mentioned earlier. I know we have a few minutes left, and I'm going to go through some ideas and slides just to think about not only my images, but images of girls, thinking about how images often question about the historic events, such as how far have we come? How have we changed? What have we learned? And the idea of what we're learning through this experience. You know, I learned a lot when I was an undergraduate student and decided to make a difference by writing and reading and curating and making images. And these are some of the projects. But I also looked at my dad's work, who was a fantastic man, but he also loved to sew. He loved the dress. And so when he passed, we made quilts. And so we made quilts to think about, what do we take with us, you know, when we lose the love? But quilting has been a tradition, we see with Carrie Mae Weems and other artists. We also see that Carrie Mae Weems is looking at the vice president as president and making a billboard, and so creating moments. But also what I found Candace say about unknown women photojournalists. This is Joyce Sims, Philadelphia. She is photographing Dr. King and a minister from Philadelphia in Atlantic City at Chicken Bone Beach. And here, she died last year. I never heard of her. I knew that photograph, but I didn't know she existed. And so we need to continue to find these moments. She also photographed, my first job when I was in high school was a bookkeeper at Shapiro Shoe Store. And these are one of the photographs I found. So then we think about, you know, artists like Michelene, who's looking at women, how Ebony and Jet magazine continue to expand the idea of how do we think about the past and the future, but also how do we dismantle just these moments where being invisible. And then we see Maud Salter with Calliope and with her image. I've been photographing in the closets. I'm visiting people's homes, and if you want to invite me to your home, just to find ways to talk about memory, loss, when we migrate, how do we translate that migration through clothing, and more stories about young women in Newark. Her closet is her bathroom, but the joy of having this space to think about how she was dressed, but also how Bisa Butler is looking at quilting, photographs of Gordon Parks, and recreating the story through fabric from Africa and ideas of story and motherhood and aunties and relationships, to what happens when a love is lost. What's in that closet? What happens to that wedding dress? So we think about how do we empower yourself through that experience of the wedding dress. And Zalika Seen in South Carolina, looking at photographs of her grandmother when she traveled from South Carolina to New York. She was a photographer. This young woman never knew her grandmother was a photographer until after her death. She photographed everyone in her family, and it stayed in her closet. So we need to continue coming through with these stories, like Monica de Miranda, who's in Portugal, looking at the past, but also creating a story as we look through the future. We think about climate change. We think about the environment and all the ways that our parents, our grandparents, our grandmothers told us how to reserve our lives and share our lives. To Roshani Kempadu, when we think about ghosting, as we just heard in this performance, what happens with families who are from Trinidad or from the UK, and how that experience transforms. So memory and the collective archive is a central part of my life, with a project I created with the Face of History, 100 Years, 100 Women, how women decided, how do we take the vote? How do we create stories? How do we think about our mothers and using 19th century processes to think about Nadia and what happens when we're underwater? How do we think about water and movement, and how to consider ways to think and rethink how the collective stories of, the environment has changed through Deborah Jack. And also through Keisha, just the way that she's looking at fabrics and bodies and family, and then her gesture, just thinking about how we're displayed and how self-display. And so Home and Other Stories is another, and I'm going to finish in about 2 minutes so we can move out of this wonderful space and we can come back next year. But also Jeannie Batusime Ash is looking at family photographs and how home is survived through family photographs, but also through canning and quilting and also women's cooking. Through Zalika is also finding ways to accept death with her grandmother and her aunties and making quilts and fabrics on the sofa. How do we find that peace? To Kiana, who is in New York, who's looking at her mother's archive and using her mother who traveled from Panama, one of the first women to work in an office, and other people exchanging as they moved to New York from Panama, working as office girls and secretaries, and looking at how do we retell the stories of our mothers. Dina Lawson is photographing. Daisha Harris is looking at the experience of slavery and emancipation. She imagines women and families traveling underwater and through water and through difficult terrain for freedom in the north. And so Daisha is exploring that. Two, we think of ways of Rose DiCiano, who's also looking at ways to find monuments for unsung women and creating these monuments in parks. And so these are stories that I'm going to end with my own story. This is a house I grew up in Philadelphia, and I love the fact that we're all looking at home, the one that's on the left, and then thinking how my dad changed the whole neighborhood by painting our house red, and noticing everything about our house that created a space where my mother continued to listen to women's stories and ask questions when they came and entered into our house to get their hair dressed and dyed and fried and patted and just caressed. So those experiences, but we think about how home is lost in many ways because of climate change. And here we see another photograph I made in New Orleans where how do we think about America today? What's happening to our family home? Is it stable? And so I want to end with that and have a chance for us to move quickly through. Is that okay? Okay. All right. Thank you. So I just didn't want to, have us moving out quickly. This is one of my first photographs I made in 1972. And again, Home and Other Stories. When we think about home in the urban environment, the window is the central place for families, mothers calling for their children, fathers looking to protect them when they're playing in the street. There's a barbecue restaurant underneath where another person is asking her child to stop by and get barbecue ribs. But we see this kind of collective pattern that happens within our communities. And I was so glad to share this moment with you to think about migration and stories about how do we translate these stories today. And thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. If you want, you can join us at 8 p.m. at the JW Marriott, where we are going to, Marriott Miami in Brickell, where we are going to have a reception. And tomorrow, the day continues with yoga class in the morning and then openings of the exhibition. I just forgot the name. The reading, what is that? What They Saw. What They Saw, historical photo books by women that we have co-curated in partnership with 10 by 10 photo books, and where Amanda and Sonia, who work very hard in making this exhibition happening, will be doing a tour, and also we are going to have a special performance by Veronica Sanchez Bencomo, who will be presenting the Photo Feminist mobile library. And then we are going to have a panel discussion and opening reception of the exhibition, shared documentary narratives that I curated at the History Miami Museum. So I hope you can join us tonight and tomorrow. Thank you, and thank you so much, Pam, for hosting us during these 2 days.